The petitioners contend that you, as a person, they have no doubt about your academic qualification, your professional qualification, and political competence. They have no doubt at all. They believe that you qualify to serve the high office of Minister of State. Their concern, however, is the fact that you may not be neutral, you may not be impartial, and perhaps you may not be independent. And above all, they are not too sure whether or not they can have your confidence. I'm sure they are listening to all of us and watching us. Can they have some assurances from you that should this house pass you, you are going to be a father for all, irrespective of any prejudice they may have formed against your person?
Thank you very much. All I can say is that my mother is a Mampushi. Mampushis are my uncles. They are partly responsible for my upbringing and training. If I fail in this new job, then it means that there's a defect in the way they have trained me. And I believe that they have trained me well, and I'll vindicate them by living up to their expectations. That I can promise them. I can promise my grandfather, the Nairi, that in my capacity as Minister for Chieftaincy Affairs, I will definitely live up to his expectations. Thank you.
Respected leader, now you delve into District Assembly revenue mobilization. I heard you on very strong points in one of your very brilliant submissions on the House floor when we were considering the common fund allocations, where you held a view that very impoverished districts should be given more, and those others in the cities who can rely on the private sector for revenue should be encouraged to formulate policies that would enable them make revenue. Would you want to seize this opportunity to explain that better and how a ministerial policy can be enacted to achieve that purpose? I say so because I am myself a product of the District Assembly. My politics started as an assemblyman. I became a presiding member. And oftentimes our MMDCs are redundant. They just do the routine work, waiting for revenue. And sometimes even the revenue, it's pocketed and nothing gets to them. The systems in place to do the checks and balances are not there. So talk to me about policy, ministerial policy in that respect, and whether or not in such a policy you will introduce technology aimed at helping reduce the thievery, the embezzlement, or the insufficient transparency in the accountability of revenue mobilization at the assemblies?
Thank you very much. I also started as an assembly member. I just didn't have the fortune to be a presiding member like you. I'm very passionate about local governance. I think that the first thing people have to know is that it is the intention of our Constitution that assemblies should be self-financing. That's actually the intention of the Constitution, that assemblies should be self-financing. And your capacity to be self-financing is one of the criteria used to determine whether or not you should be granted assembly status. So you're supposed to be self-financing first, and then the constitutional architecture to share part of the central government revenue says that the revenue that is sent to you as common fund money is only for development, even though the Constitution does not define what development is. We all, understand what development is: infrastructure, clinics, and etc. But the management of the assembly, the expenses of the assembly, is supposed to come from the assembly itself. That we have largely failed to achieve. The second thing that I want to say is that when I was nominated, my friend, the finance minister, called me to congratulate me. And I said to him, I'll be richer than you soon. And that's to say my Ministry of Local Government, will be richer than you soon. And so how will you get richer than me? I said, because as for you, you can only collect VAT, and then you collect income tax, and then you are at the port collecting import levies and etc. But the DCE can collect revenue rates on every single building and property sitting in his district, and he can collect it every year. He can collect basic rate, what the whites used to call poll tax, on every citizen residing in that district, and collect market tolls, collect lorry park tolls, collect all sorts of levies. I mean, when you go through the Local Governance Act from section 137 onwards, you see the list of things that the assemblies are supposed to be collecting. The last time I sat with some experts to do some basic analysis, from property rates alone, I believe that the assemblies could be collecting close to 20 billion Ghana cedis annually. Just property rates alone, at very, very conservative figures. And so the potential exists. I was having a conversation with some civil servants a few days ago, and I was telling them that I cannot understand why the district in which Ghana Airport Company is located will ever be a poor district. And drawing parallels with cities like London, New York, Istanbul, you find out that the mayor and the local government authority has more money than the central government at those locations. We are urbanizing and people are moving to the urban centers. The agglomeration has huge economic potentials for assemblies. What they are not doing is just not identifying and collecting. So like you indicated, the first major thing I will do as minister is to put in place an infrastructure for us to immediately identify all properties across the country that are supposed to be paying rates to the assemblies. What we have now is we have the street naming and addressing house numbering program. But what that does is it simply gives you the location of a property and a particular address. But it doesn't tell you the nature of the property, the value of the property for the purposes of levying rates. And so we will embark on a major exercise of identifying all properties, having them properly described, and having them properly valued so that the assemblies can levy the appropriate rates. And to deal with the problem of people taking the money and pocketing it, we will also try as much as possible to ensure that everything is digital. And so it will be difficult for you to divert the resources. And we want to ensure that we try to understand why at the local level it is not being collected. When you ask the DCE to go to the chief's house and collect property rates, I'm sure he will think that you are, passing a death sentence on him. You may not easily have a DCE insisting that his constituency chairman should pay property rates. And secondly, when you leave it to them to collect, they may also end up leaving it in the hands of, party foot soldiers, families, nephews, and etc. When they also are given that task, they feel that it is their reward for supporting a family member to become an MMDCE. And so when they collect it, they are not supposed to account to him. And so many dynamics are at play to make it difficult for collection. That's why for all these years, there hasn't been collection. And I also believe that in a lot of cases, the tax experts will tell you that some taxes are just not worth collecting because they're just not significant. And so I will look at how we can get a system that is centrally monitored, a system that is designed in such a way that it is totally digital in terms of identifying and valuing properties, totally digital in terms of the mechanism for payment, and totally digital in terms of the disbursement of the resources. I believe if we do that, we'll be able to realize the full potential of assemblies to mobilize revenue and deal with their development challenges.
Very well. Leader, I have a follow-up on this, but this Galamsey menace is a serious problem. I had a rare privilege of discussing some governance issues with one prominent religious leader in our country who is part of your entourage. I don't have his permission to mention his name. He expressed deep concerns about Galamsey. And he was worried about we, the political actors, how we behave, our attitude towards natural resources and general well-being of our people. How do you hope to get your MMDCs to help fight Galamsey activities in their various districts and municipalities?
I have a long-standing relationship with small-scale mining. If you recall, in my previous life, I was Minister for Environment, Science, and Technology. And so in that capacity, I was very concerned about small-scale mining activities. I think there's also an issue of nomenclature. What we call Galamsey is simply either artisanal mining or small-scale mining activity. That's what we call galamsey. When we determine it as galamsey, it gives it a negative connotation. What are the underlying causes? The underlying causes really are that a lot of these young people who want to mine legally have difficulty obtaining the requisite permits to carry out the mining activity. And because they don't have the requisite permits to carry out the mining activity, they also consider themselves as illegal actors. And because they are illegal actors, all the relevant or required investments to mine properly, safely, and reclaim, they don't do it because they know that they have no right or title and it will be unsafe to make those investments. Otherwise, many of them actually have the resources to make the investment. I will want us as a country to rethink and say, how about if in every district we identify the actors and where they are carrying out the actions and find a way of ensuring, of course, not in water bodies, not pulling down existing cocoa farms and etc. But how about if we strengthen the regime of small-scale artisanal mining and make sure that at the local level, the MMDCs pay close attention to small-scale artisanal mining as an economic activity, Why would we be interested in Newmont coming to carry out large-scale mining here, and yet in areas where the defined ore is not worth large-scale mining, but there's still some gold, we don't also now try to structure, the artisans and the young people to carry out small-scale mining activity legitimately. So I will approach the job with that attitude that let's engage, let's ensure that they are doing it legally, let's invest in EPA and have a lot of personnel at the EPA, let's invest in Minerals Commission and have a lot of mining engineers who are in every district, who identify every single space where a mining activity is taking place, who make sure that mining is conducted in a way that is consistent with all the environmental regulations, and who also ensure that whoever carries out the mine, at the end of it, will reclaim the area and plant and make sure that they invest in restoring the area to what it was before they came. And if we did that, we'll minimize the friction, and then we would actually benefit. Because as it is now, we're actually benefiting as a country from the activities of small-scale and artisanal miners. And I think that whilst we're benefiting, we should also be investing in them, which is investing in personnel to support them, investing in infrastructure to support them, investing in monitoring them. I recall you had a press conference some time ago. In fact, 2 or 3 days ago, there was also a press conference by the NPP who said, for instance, that the activities of Gold Board is encouraging illegal miners because they are not able to trace the gold to establish whether it is coming from a legal mining activity or an illegal mining activity. So what that calls for is that we must invest in trying to know the location where the gold is coming from and who is mining there, and whether the person is mining legally or not. And in most cases, how do we ensure that they are mining legally? Because as a country, I don't think we are totally against mining. I think we're against mining in ways that destroy the environment, pollute the water bodies, and endanger the lives of all of us as Ghanaians.
Yes, so I think your last phrase is what carries the entire burden. Irresponsible mining, activities that destroy water bodies and our forest. So I would want you, as part of the research, to get the MMDCs to rather focus on that bit. I think that would be reassuring to the country, if we do that. So once you are giving your word on that, I won't belabor. My last point, then we can call it off. The Constitution talks about the local government concept, and it de-emphasizes the partisanship nature of it. There are calls for a full-blown partisan political system at the local government level. In advanced democracies that we copy the example, their entire political structure is partisan. Even in the United States, even at the prosecutorial level, people contest for it. You know that this attorney general of a particular state is a Republican or a Democrat. I mean, they have allowed it. Now, we are a bit concerned about what we have heard recently in circles of government, that the constitutional amendment that is to be expected, there's a proposal for the president alone to have the mandate to nominate people to contest. We hold the view that if it is an open contest, then it should be anybody contesting. If we don't even want to make it partisan, the president should have no hand in who contests for mayor or DCE. I want to know your own views regarding the reforms at the district level elections. Are you for an open field where elections are called, those who qualify to participate go pick forms, or you still think that the central government should nominate people to go for an open election?
Thank you very much, Minority Leader and Ranking Member, for the question. This question raises very fundamental constitutional jurisprudential issues. And I know you will ask me to not lead you into jurisprudence. But structurally, what we have now is a situation where, one, we want to maintain a unitary state. We want to maintain a unitary state. And at the same time, we want to ensure that governance is owned at the local level. There's local participation, there's trust, and because of that, the locals are contributing towards their own governance and development. So these are the core objectives. Now, for those who say, let's have free-range elections at the local level, this is what will happen. We'll be electing two people who will have executive powers. When you elect a DCE of a given geographical space, he would have executive powers, and then you now elect assembly members who will have legislative powers. Then at the national level, you elect a president who has executive powers, and then you elect members of parliament who have legislative powers. So some of the concern expressed by those who are designing the architecture is, if you elect a president and then the president doesn't have control over who is also exercising executive powers in a particular given location, are you likely to be triggering conflict between the person elected by the whole country to exercise executive authority and the person elected in a district to also exercise executive authority? Who becomes accountable? That is a structural issue. Most people don't understand the architectures of other jurisdictions. So, for instance, let's take the United States. In the United States, you will say, oh, but we have the federal government and we have the state government. They have succeeded in doing that because what they have done is to, within the executive functions, to establish spheres of control. So the federal government is in charge of defense. The federal government is in charge of foreign policy, international relations. The federal government is in charge of interstate commerce. Okay? So you have defined specific areas of executive power that is reserved to the federal government. Every other power is left to the state. So when you elect a state governor, he knows his territory. He doesn't interfere in the territory of the federal government. That's why you will watch movies. For those of you who have lived in the US, you will see that you have the state having its own police force. New York police, Los Angeles police. You never hear federal government police. Federal government have their federal government bureau, you get it? So even in terms of, security sector, spheres are defined. That's why you're watching a movie and then there's a crime committed, then the local police get there, then the federal can say, no, this one is ours, this one is not yours. You get it? Or the local police arrive there and federal police say, oh, this one is also ours, it's not yours. So if we actually, as a country, try to rather define the spheres of executive power and assign what executive power we think should be performed by local government, and therefore we are electing a DCE and he has that executive power, irrespective of who is president, and what executive power is for a president. And so when we vote him, he doesn't interfere in the area of executive power, and then the citizens know who to hold accountable for what. The same way, even in the United Kingdom, people don't realize it. The real governance structures there are the local authorities. Then, of course, you now have the prime minister, and they focus on some other areas. But if you go to London, you have London Metropolitan Police. You get the situation. I don't recall seeing any other rival authority. So that's the first fundamental issue that needs to be addressed. Otherwise, you might just be superimposing structures on others and ultimately end up creating conflict. And if you address that, you'll be addressing the other concern that others have, which is basically that a president wants to have a DCE that is reliable in terms of the execution of his own mandate. But if we have defined the spheres of influence, you can't be telling that you want a DCE that is reliable, because your sphere of influence is there, and then the DCE's sphere of influence is also there. So there are deep, fundamental, structural issues that we need to think through. Now, this proposal that was presented and which government looked at and recalibrated it and gave a position paper tries to meet each side halfway. So we want a situation where the president is able to work with the person who is the DCE, okay, because he nominates him. But we also want to make sure that that person is accountable to the entire population of voters in his district. As it is now, the system we have is that the president is comfortable because he has nominated that person, but the person is approved by elected assembly member, which is a college. So it is easy for him to make sure that he stays in power as long as he satisfies that small number of elected assembly members. And the entire population is complaining because they are not satisfied. But he and his assemblymen, they are happy because he's able to manage his assemblymen in such a way that they don't trigger a vote of, no confidence in him. So it is a midway approach where the president can nominate, but it's no longer just the assembly members who are going to be doing the approval of the nomination. It is the entire population that is going to be doing the approval of the nomination, so that the DC will also feel that he has responsibility towards the entire population of voters in his district, municipality, or metropolis. That's the whole idea. I think that Ghanaians have to think through it, and let's see, and let's experiment and see if it will lead to an improvement in the performance of local governance.
Honorable nominee, so as we land, I want to ask you, in every difficult and danger you find yourself in life, in whom do you normally put your trust?
Yes, honorable nominee.
You want me to ask you?
Recently, when I got married in my lovely wife.
Now, finally, as you exit, you opted to make some disclosure. And I was happy with the disclosure you made regarding the politics we play on the floor. Sometimes we, all of us as political actors, we suffer that unfortunate perception people have about the politics we do. Sometimes they don't know that it's a role play. In my case, I've had a situation where somebody said, "Oh, Afenyo, can't you be as calm as this particular colleague of yours?" I said, "Yeah, colleague is not minority leader. If he gets into that hot seat where he has to consult every party elder till 5 a.m. and he sleeps for 1 hour and has to carry the burden on his shoulders, he won't be calm again." Anyway, I want to ask you, for those who don't know you and I, if somebody asks you to describe Afenyo Markin as your opposite number, Ayariga, what would you say? I'm done.
I would say he's a troublesome boy.
He is indeed troublesome.
But I will also add, that he is somebody you can trust when you are dealing with him. When I say trust, wait till I define trust. You can trust that he will cause trouble. You can trust that he will push his side's position. Of course, and at all times, even I would say, I know this will be difficult for you, but you have to play your role. You are a minority. You have to play your role. And people call me, "Why do you allow Markin to do all the things that he's doing?" I'm like, he's just playing his role. He's just playing his role. So let him play it. I'll play mine. When he finishes doing all the things that he's doing, I'll cause the vote. And then the decision will be taken the way I want it. So that has been it. But, in addition, working with you in the last 1.5 years, I've come to know you as a person of integrity and honesty. And I want to thank you for the forthrightness with which you have dealt with me as the majority leader. I hope that you and my successor will find common ground and work the same way. I've already told him that you are not somebody that he would he should be yielding to. He should be doing more than I was doing. Me, you know, because I'm a little older than you, I used to tolerate you a lot. This man is about your age mate. So it's about your age mate. I've actually told the president to increase the number of fire tenders in this area. So you might see 2 or more fire tenders being brought and parked in front of the Chamber of Parliament House, because I also know what he will do to you. I could tolerate you, listen to you the whole day, and just get up and say 1 or 2 things, and then have us vote. This man, he would like to reply to everything that you will say. So also be ready. But I want to say that I enjoyed my time working with you as the minority leader. And I just want to encourage you that so many things will be thrown at you, but from what I've come to know of you, I know that you are very resilient. You never give up. Even when you are lying down, you'll be shouting. When I get up, you will see me, oh, you're lying down. You're on the ground. so anyway, but I honestly enjoy your friendship. I enjoyed your friendship, and I do appreciate that. And the entire minority caucus, who would make all the noise, but in the end will support, sometimes even support more than my own, side, to ensure that bills are passed, approvals are given, and etc. I may ask for permission from you to go to the Ministry of Local Government with Honorable Patricia Apiaje. So the reason is that she was the mayor of Kumasi. Oh, please, it's not about our other relationship that I want to carry you there. It is because of your expertise as a former mayor of Kumasi and a former deputy regional minister. I'm sure many of you don't know, but I was partly responsible for she being made mayor of Kumasi. She was a deputy regional minister for Ashanti. And then the office of mayor of Kumasi became vacant. And then President Kufuor asked her to act as the mayor and at the same time as the deputy regional minister. And you know that in Ashanti region, the mayor of Kumasi is a very weighty position. I was then the ranking member for Constitutional, Legal, and Parliamentary Affairs. So every morning I organized a press conference to bash President Kufuor for not appointing a substantive mayor. So one early morning, he got tired of my press conferences and announced her as the mayor of Kumasi. So I'll be carrying her to the local government ministry to learn from her experience. I thank you very much, Chairman.
On that note, your request is approved.
Yes, Chair, I know that you are always in a hurry to dispossess me of this woman. You cannot take her away. Honorable Ayariga, somewhere I read that rising to eminence by merit, you live respected and die regretted. I entertain no doubt that your industry has earned you this high office, and that has equally earned you that respect. We'll be there to support you, but you know my job. I've lost a lot of friends because of this job, but I know that God will be by my side. So when my questions start coming, get ready. I cannot afford to continue with this 87. Definitely, I must also make it 150 in the minimum. In the minimum, 150 in the next election. So I have to do my job. Okay? So all the best, my brother. Thank you so much.
Honorable Ayariga, I have no question for you, but really, I want you to clarify a position regarding your answer to the utilization of the common fund. I want you to be specific. The percentage of the common fund that the MPs are entitled to authorize utilization, in order not to create the impression that MPs are entitled to the entire
Oh,
common
no,
fund.
MPs are clearly not entitled. I indicated that what has been allocated by Parliament to members of Parliament, that's the only amount that you are entitled, not the common fund of the Assembly. The common fund of the Assembly is, the utilization is determined based on the guidelines given by the ministry to the various assemblies and decisions of the Assembly regarding what projects they want to undertake and where they want to locate the project and who they want to execute the project. But there's a small amount that is allocated by Parliament to the members of Parliament in the formula. I mean, it's been challenged constitutionally and etc. We all know about that. But it's just a small amount of money that Parliament allocates. It is sitting at the Assembly, but when there are petty projects like, emergencies in the constituency, the MP can direct the Assembly that I visited community A and then the windstorm destroyed the school building. I visited community B and then the clinic has run out of some basic amenities. And so I want the Assembly to procure, these things and send to these facilities. And so the management of it is actually by the Assembly. The money goes to the accounts of the Assembly. But at the Assembly, they have created account for the Member of Parliament, which they call the MP's account, but it is sitting at the Assembly. And the MP has to give the instruction to the coordinating director that I want you to fix that school or fix that toilet or fix that clinic. Then the procurement director will now take the process through procurement and then secure a contractor, and the contractor will be allowed to go and execute and then raise the certificate, bring it to the Assembly, then the Assembly will pay. So the MP's only role is in directing which project to do with the small amount, not that the money is given to the MP.
Thank you very much. On this note, you are discharged.
Let me thank the committee for taking me through the process and to assure all of you that I know many of you have been MMDCs before coming to Parliament. Many of you have been deputy regional ministers, and so you have a wealth of experience in the sector. So just as you are assuring me of your support, I'm also assuring you that I'll tap into your experiences to deliver at the new ministry. And if the chairman may permit me, I want to also thank the religious leaders who have come to support me and to thank all the various representatives of the regional houses of chiefs that have also come to support me, the regional ministers who have come to support me, the MMDCEs that are here, and colleague members of Parliament who today have adorned the club of Friends of the Committee just to be here to support me, and the parliamentary staff that are here to support your committee. I want to thank everybody. I probably won't be able to mention everybody's name. I know I have the most senior Duncan Williams sitting behind me. I haven't turned back yet, but I know that he's sitting behind me. And I also believe that the Sheikh Admiral, representing the National Chief Imam, is here. He promised me last night that
Honorable
he will be
nominee,
here.
I'll do that for you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You will surely hear from the committee. On this note, Honourable members, permit me to acknowledge a very huge, distinguished guest in our midst. The list is very tall. We have Nankpaura Jakpa, Ancho Adi. Is it Mankpaura Jakpa, Ancho Adi. Boni, the first, Paramount Chief and member of the Council of States, is here with us. We have Mbenti Urache, Haruna Alijata, Secretary, Savannah Regional Queen Mothers Association. We have Seidu Aziz, Regional Registrar. Then from Central Region, we have Nana Sichiruya Koduya, Paramount Chief of the Ebrem Traditional Area. We have Nasi Nkwanta Otuba, Paramount Queen Mother of the Senya Breku Traditional Area. We have Elijah Kwesi Asari, Registrar, Central Regional House of Chiefs. We have Kojoche, Registrar, National House of Chiefs. And from the Northern Region, we have Na Iyap Zungbulung, Na Dr. Jacob Mahama, Paramount Chief of the Zangbalong Traditional Area and former Regional Director, Ghana Health Service. Then we have Na Bapri Pansu Na Alhaji Seidu, Paramount Chief of the Pansu Traditional Area, former Member of Parliament and former District Chief Executive for Ulensi. We have M.A. Gariba, Registrar, Northern Regional House of Chiefs. Then from the Volta region, we have Togwitenge Gligui Jokoto, Paramount Chief of the Amugo Vago Traditional Area. We have Mamaga Nokua Wuo, Paramount Queen Mother of Ziofui. We have Muhammad Ikilu, Registrar, Volta Regional House of Chiefs. Then from Ahafo, we have Nana Owusu Konto, Mehame Hini, and we have Nana Efia Sawa Gwasu Hima. Then from Upper West Region, we have Kuro Basungro, Paramount Chief Funsi. We have Pongna Chana Abdul Razak, Paramount Queen Mother Singh. We have Ben Obri Asamoah, Registrar, Upper West Regional House of Chiefs. And from Bono region, we have Osajifo Anye Ampem, Amuampong, Wenchi Hini. We have Nana Ya Ansua Droboma Hima. We have David Bekuro Oswell, Registrar, Bono Regional House of Chiefs. Then we have Thomas Moore, Dintundini Adiala Ayangitam, President, Upper East Regional House of Chiefs and Paramount Chief of Chana. We have Pong Naba, Malsungo, Tumpale Ayamga, President, Upper East Regional Queen Mothers Association and Paramount Queen Mother of Naga. We have Askandaro Mohammed, Regional Registrar, Upper East Regional House of Chiefs. Then from the Western region, we have Nana Kobina Nketia, President, Western Regional House of Chiefs. We have Dr. Kapori Abutu, Registrar, Western Regional House of Chiefs. We have Dr. Kabori Abutu, Registrar, Western Regional House of Chiefs. Then from Ashanti region, we have the Sibre Kofi Asante Mensah, Umahini of Sabronu Traditional Area. We have Nana Obri Asamoah, Wabiri Hini. We have Nana Nda Esi, Paramount Queen Mother of Upper Discoff. From the Western North region, we have Oko German, Kweku German, Kweku Jampra, Omahini of the Sevi, Chirano Traditional Area, and Vice President, Western North Regional House of Chiefs. Then we have Beiman Tano Kwao, Benu the Third, Umahini of the Awawin Traditional Area. We also have Roberta Champong, Registrar, Western North Regional House of Chiefs. Then from Bono East region, we have Nana Owusu Sechi, Basahini, and President of Bono East Regional House of Chiefs. We also have Nana Ya Basahini Queen Mother. We have Dela Dixon, Epeso Principal Research Officer. From Greater Accra region, we have King Professor Odaifio Wulenchi, President of Greater Accra Regional House of Chiefs, and Nungua Manche. Then we have Tache Ni Laye Akwete. Very well. I'm reading what is here. So it's Lache Ni Laye Akwete. We have Cantamanso Manche, and former regional minister for Greater Accra and Volta region. We have Nana Dubako, Duba, Ningo, Queen Mother. Then from Eastern region, we have Nana Osei Nyako, Paramount Chief of Bosu Traditional Area. We have the Sibre Akwamo Ahajapon, Akwamo Ajapon, Paramount Chief of Kwau Traditional Area. We have Ama Konedo Kusi, Registrar, Eastern Regional House of Chiefs. From the Oti region, we have Nana Akoto Masachi, Paramount Chief of Lolobi Traditional Area. Then we have Nana Efua Intriwa, Paramount Queen Mother, Pai, Katanga Traditional Area. We have Divine Mause Peli, Registrar of Oti Regional House of Chiefs. From the Northeast region, we have Ahmed Ibrahim, Registrar, Northeast Regional House of Chiefs. Then from Boku Naba's delegation, we have Naba Alas Budi Cletus Abugri Timpani Naba. We have Naba Danjur John Tiga Pikura Dan. We have Naba Noini Alaji Apam Nuhu, Upper East Community Chief in the Central Region. We have Chief Alaji Faisal Mahama Abugri Naba Bila Tiwuni Greater Accra Kusasi Community Chief. We have Honorable Cletus Avoka, former member of parliament and now a member of the Council of States. Then we have Faisal Eduri, that's family members. We have Faisal Eduri Abdullahi Ayariga. We also have William Ni Aye Okain. Then Osman Abdullahi Ayariga, Chief Executive of NYA. We have Zinab Abdullahi Ayariga, Suman Abdul Wahab, brother. And then we have Ophelia Atoklo, Deputy Chief, Ghana Community Exchange and Upper East Deputy Regional Secretary. We have Dr. Musa Imoru, Director of Finance, Ghana Education Service. We have Indigo Mohammed Awindago, Constituency Chairman of Boku. We have Dr. Hassan Ayariga. We also have Honorable Azunab Isaac, MCE of Boku. We have Honorable James Ayamwigo, DCE, Boku West. Honorable John Abuga, DCE, Garu. Honorable Martin Areku, DCE, Binduri. Honorable Stephen Abeke Akurugu, DCE, Paga. Honorable Roland Atanga Ayu, MCE, Bolga. Then Christian Council, we have Archbishop Duncan Williams. We also have Archbishop Isaac Nunu, Council of World Bishop and Clergy. We have Reverend Jehoda Amazu, Ghana Christian Council. Then we have Prophet Nigel Gezi, General Overseer, Prophetic Hills Chapel. We have Pastor Felix Kwabie, Ultimate Charismatic Center. We also have Bishop Charles Aban, Chairman, International Clergy. We have Bishop Emmanuel Laye, African Constituted Churches. We also have Bishop Patrick Addison, Council of Independent Churches. We have Right Reverend Julius Mensah, Council, African Instituted Churches. We have Prophet Clement testimony is the General Overseer of World Light Revival Center. We have Reverend Kafi Nyamadi, Independent Community. We also have we have Okojimai Kwabena Chire, the second Umahini of Ewua Dumasi traditional area, father-in-law of the nominee. We have Nana Adontin Poku Ankobia Hini, Ewua Dumasi traditional area. We have Mr. Philip Adai, registrar Ewua Dumasi. We have Nana Yao Anani, Ewua Dumasi royal family. We have Madam Charlotte Amankwa from USA. We have Reverend Dr. Prince Ajay, Royal House Chapel International, lecturer at the University of Ghana, Economic Department. We have Reverend Bright Nutako, Perez Chapel International. We have Pastor Martina Ajay, Royal House Chapel International. We have Mr. Samuel Anya, Ethel Tigo. We have Mr. Charles Nana Yadong. We also have Sheikh Aremi Yao Shaibu, spokesperson, chief imam. Then regional ministers, we have the Volta Regional Minister, Honorable James Gunu. We have Upper East Regional Minister. We have Bono Regional Minister. We have Western Regional Minister. We also have Alaji Bonap, NDC Chairman, Upper East. Honorable members, on your behalf, honorable members, we have Honorable Dr. Benjamin Kumbo, former member of parliament and former majority leader of the August House. We have my own father, Dr. Kobna Dufo, former minister of finance, here in our midst. We also have my own former chairman, Dr. Ofosu Ampofo, in our midst. We have Paramount Chief of Katiu, Per Ayikode Zangbeo Atoge, the fifth in our midst. Forgive me, the list is tall. If I've not exhausted
Chairman.
all.
Chairman.
Yes.
You have introduced the father-in-law. You haven't introduced the daughter.
Yes. So we also have the mayor of Tema in our midst, and we have the spouse, Honorable Mrs. Ayariga, formerly known as Honorable Millicent Yeboah Amankwa, Member of Parliament here in our midst, beautifully seated behind the nominee, indicative of the fact that behind every successful man stands a woman. Besides every successful man stands a woman. Honourable members, on your behalf and on behalf of the House, I welcome all of them. I have already discharged the nominee. I will then use the opportunity to invite our next nominee in the person of Honourable Zanetor Agyeman-Rawlings. Okay. So you can take the list. Take the list. Bring me Zanetor's list.
You're watching a live coverage of the ministerial vetting from Parliament. This is Channel 1 TV, just gone by. The Minister Designate for Local Government, Religious Affairs and Chieftaincy, Mahama Ayariga, was vetted by the Appointments Committee. Coming up shortly is the Minister Designate for Environment, Science and Technology, Dr. Zanetor Agyeman-Rawlings, who's also expected to take her turn at the Appointments Committee for her ministerial vetting. We are also being told that 3 other Supreme Court nominees will be scheduled for vetting by the Appointments Committee. This is Channel 1 TV. We'll be back right after this break.
Every year, there is a place where the atmosphere shifts, where praise becomes a sanctuary.
Hello family, my name is Perez Music, and I'd like to invite you to Glorify 2026, happening right here at the Victory Bible Church International, Dominion Sanctuary inside Awoshi, and it's happening on the 30th of August. Joining me this year is my big brother and a mogul, Minister Joe Meto. We also have a special monologue by Jeffrey Norte, and my brother King's Kid is also going to be here.
Yes, come let's celebrate God for His goodness and mercies at Glorified 2026 on August 30th, 2026. Doors open at 4 p.m. prompt, and the venue is Victory Bible Church, Dominion Sanctuary, Awoshi Bayard. Media sponsors Channel 1 TV, City FM. Come ready to encounter.
Wellness is the foundation of a healthy, productive, and successful team. The City Business Olympics is back. It's time to leave the boardroom and bring the competition to the field. Get ready for the City Business Olympics 2026, the ultimate corporate showdown where teamwork, strategy, fitness, and fun come together. Get your team ready for exciting contests including 7-a-side football, volleyball, basketball, sack race, tug of war, and arm wrestling. Whether you're competing, cheering, or networking, this is your chance to build stronger teams, create lasting connections, and let your company spirit shine. And of course, the big question remains: which CEO will rise to the challenge and claim the ultimate bragging rights in the CEO's Challenge? Date: Saturday, 26th September 2026. Venue: Eden Heights Sports Complex. Wager Time 8 a.m. Call 0558-973-973 to register your team today. City Business Olympics 2026. Compete, collaborate, conquer. The City Business Olympics 2026 is powered by 97.3 City FM with support from Channel 1 TV.
The This is Ghana Exhibition 2026 is almost here. Get ready for 2 exciting days of celebrating Ghanaian creativity, innovation, enterprise, and excellence. Discover amazing made in Ghana brands across fashion, food, agriculture, technology, beauty, automobiles, hospitality, creative arts, and more. Come discover, come connect, come experience the very best of Ghana. The date is the 29th and 30th of August 2026. The time is 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily, and the venue is F4 Sutherland's Children's Park. Don't miss it. Call 0205-973-973 or 0558-973-973 to register. The This is Ghana Exhibition 2026 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from City FM, and it's proudly sponsored by EcoBank, MTN, the Ghana Investment Promotion Center GIPC, and the Ghana Enterprises Agency GEA. This is Ghana Exhibition 2026, celebrating Ghana, showcasing excellence.
It's the start of the This is Ghana exhibition, an amazing experience that we're going to be having these next 2 days. Today's day 1, and of course on Sunday we have day 2. It's amazing. Early in the morning, it's just gone past 7 a.m. and the exhibitors are already in. A lot of them are already setting up, and grand entrance here, as you can see. Beautiful event it's going to be. 2 full days of celebrating and enjoying, feasting on all things made in Ghana. It's going to be an amazing experience. Can't wait to bring you all the different villages and exhibitors, and the Grills Village, the food court, the entertainment that's going to be happening. The exhibitors, big players are here. We have University of Ghana Business School, we have the CFAO, we have Zonda, we have so many different organizations. We have Ghana Atomic Energy Commission, and so on and so forth. It's just to name a few. There are so many of them. I'm going to bring all of that to you in the diaries of the This is Ghana Exhibition 2025. All right, this is Ghana Exhibition 2025. We're live and we're here. It's day 1 of the fair, and it's been amazing so far. I'm here with the sponsors. We're having conversations with the sponsors, and want to find out from EcoBank, who's one of our big sponsors on the exhibition this year, what it is that they have for us and their thoughts about the exhibition thus far. Hi,
my name is Robert, a zonal officer for EcoBank Agency. This fair has been good. It's showcasing more of African products, especially Ghanaian products. We have all sorts of products, skincare, dressmaking, beads, and everything that comes along with Ghanaian products. So that's what I'm seeing over here for now.
What about EcoBank itself? Why do you decide to come on board?
So we just want to create financial inclusion among our individuals who are yet to be onboarded. We also want to exhibit our products, that is the CASA, that is savings accounts and express accounts, current accounts, junior saver. Also, when you go to the back, we have what we call the EcoBank Village, where we brought in our Elevate customers that we partner with. We want to showcase people what they also do. When you also come on board, you also see all these things that would help your products grow.
Wonderful. And we also have Pan-African Savings and Loans, of course, that are part of the whole EcoBank group as well. Hi.
Hi, my name is Benjamin, the marketing manager for Pan-African Savings and Loans. For about 3 years now, we have been sponsoring this program. This year, we decided to do it with our mother bank, and we are here to support with our product and services, our current account, our e-business that we do, our cars, our loans. You can walk in. The program has been nice. We have really enjoyed ourselves, even though we just started, but we are really enjoying ourselves. And I hope that wherever you are, come and
We're heading back to Parliament, to the vetting committee, where Zanetor Agyeman-Rawlings takes her turn as she's being vetted for that ministerial position, where she's headed to the Environment Ministry.
My name is Helena John Tusi, MP for Karachi West Constituency, Chairperson for Gender, Children and Social Welfare Committee.
I'm glad to say to Dapla, MP for Jirapa.
My name is Dr. Mark Kate Nawani. I serve at the pressure of NAPDANS, and I'm the chairman of the Health Committee, the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana.
Osahin Alexander Kwamena Fenyo Markin, MP for Ifutu and Minority Leader.
Clerk of the committee, can they administer the oath? Oh, no. We have introduced ourselves already. Those who are not here.
I
Use the cross or the Bible.
I, Zanetor Agyeman-Rawlings,
solemnly affirm
that
the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but
the truth.
So help me.
So
do I affirm. So do I affirm.
So do I affirm.
Chairman, Clerk, there's a little problem. Nominee, please be seated. It's not about you. Madam Clerk, please, let's do it again and properly. First of all, you may have to inquire from the nominee based on her own faith and her intention on what she would want to take the oath. Is it by affirmation, by the cross, the Holy Quran, or the Bible? The nominee was holding a Bible and you were administering affirmation. That is not the right way. So please, privately off the record, you must first inquire from her on what she would want to take the oath. When done, then you proceed. So please, kindly take it again, because this cannot be taken as a proper oath taking.
Honorable Clerk of the committee, once the nominee is holding the Bible, it's indicative of the fact that he wants to swear by the Bible.
So go by the right.
So swear the nominee in by the Bible?
Oh, no. Let's find out from there.
Chair, please, I earlier inquired whether she would use the cross or the Bible, and she said she would use the Bible, but she doesn't swear, so she would affirm.
Then, in that case, is by confirmation. You need not hold the Bible. You just raise your hand.
Then,
So take the oath again, without holding the Bible.
yes, so let's get clarity, respectfully. Let's not worry the nominee. Nominee, you be seated. Let's clarify this matter. So we are going by affirmation. So advise her on the regular step to take when a person is going by affirmation. Do so privately so that we do the right thing.
Yes, go ahead now and administer the oath again.
Please, please. Okay, that's fine.
I,
Zanetor Agyeman-Rawlings,
solemnly affirm
that
the evidence I shall give before this committee
the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue
shall
be the truth,
be the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So do I affirm.
So do I affirm.
Thank you very much. May I proceed to humbly ask you to give us your brief background.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and respectfully, a good morning to the members of the committee and the guests present. My name is Zanetor Agyeman-Rawlings. I was born on the 1st of June, 1978 in Accra, to the parents who are both deceased, His Excellency Flight Lieutenant Jerry Rawlings and Nana Kunedu Agyeman-Rawlings of blessed memory. I have 3 other siblings who are younger than I am. I went to kindergarten in Accra, which was Tiny Tots. Primary school was Northridge Lyceum for 6 years. I subsequently then attended Achimota JSS for 3 years. I was part of the pioneering group for the new system, the JSS. And then I went to Wesley Girls High School for 3 years. After that, I attended medical school at the College of Surgeons in Ireland. And subsequent to that, when I moved back home, I did my master's in conflict, peace, and security at the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center. I'm a mother of 3 daughters and an avid environmentalist. I'm the 3rd-term Member of Parliament for Klote-Kole constituency. And by the grace of God, my vote margin has increased exponentially each time I've gone to the elections. I'm also currently the chair on the Committee on Security and Intelligence and the 2nd Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament. Thank you.
Our distinguished guests, we say here, here. We don't clap in Parliament. Yes.
Chairman, these are preliminary matters that border on the background of the nominee. Honorable nominee, being a 2nd Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, may I inquire from you whether or not you've resigned your position, proud to come in here for the vetting?
Honorable Chair, may I respond? Thank you very much. The procedure per the Pan-African Parliament is at the next session, I'm to go back and formally hand in my resignation. Thank you.
particularly after being given a nod.
Correct.
We then move straight into vetting. So I'll ask Honorable Yao Frimpong Ado, who is the chairperson of the Committee on Environment, Science and Technology, to start posing his questions.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable nominee, congratulations for getting the nod to lead our ministry, the Environment, Science and Technology Ministry. That has been orphaned for 1 year now. You know, the environment is all about mobilization of adequate resources. You see, the climate change, this phenomenon called climate change, is all about mobilization of resources to prosecute the agenda of the ministry. And it's all about this, the Paris Agreement. So we are talking about the NDCs. What is your opinion about these NDCs?
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
I believe you're not referring to the party I belong to. The nationally determined contributions represent the commitments that countries that are party to the Paris Agreement make with regards to offsetting the carbon footprint globally. It's Ghana's contribution or Ghana's commitment was to remove about 64 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. And this is supposed to be over a period of about 10 years, ending in 2030. To date, we have so far managed to offset about 43 of that, thereabouts. We still have quite a long way to go, but I think it's a work in progress. The nationally determined contributions are not, the Paris Agreement is not a binding one. And so it really relies on the voluntary contributions of the country. But normally, based on the commitments that we make, we're expected to actually deliver on them.
Yes.
So Honorable Nominee, what you just opened your knowledge about the NDCs. What are the key elements in Ghana's current NDC 3? The key elements in this NDC 3?
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The main issues are to reduce emissions and then to also promote and establish green technology. And then finally, to also look at how we can perhaps trade in carbon credits in order to contribute our quota towards the global emissions.
Yes.
Yeah, Chairman, thank you. Still on the NDCs. What? It's a follow-up to this same NDC thing.
No, you are not entitled to 2 follow-ups. So ask a substantive question.
Okay. All right. So, Honorable Nominee, there is this, you see, from your committee, going around the various agencies, we observed a very disturbing phenomenon. That is high attrition rate among the trained personnel of GAEC, the MPA Nuclear Regulatory Authority, the Then other scientific institutions under US, especially CSIR, there's high rate of attrition. And when you meet them, they don't seem to have solutions to it. Every solution must come from your outfit. How confident are you that you are going to reverse this phenomenon that has been with us for a long time?
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think that to start with, the attrition rate that we see is not just within the agencies of the ministry. I think we're having a serious brain drain. And for me, I believe that we need to look at how we improve conditions of service of our scientists. We also need to make sure that we're resourcing the various agencies and the directorates and units they belong to so that they have the necessary equipment and the financial support to engage in research. And then also to make sure that they have predictable career trajectories. Those are three things that would be very important. But I believe that this is not something that I can do alone. What I would have to do is engage the scientists who remain to actually find out exactly what their issues are in order for us to arrive at a solution that is a win-win for Ghana and for the scientists.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. But are you aware of Act 1124? It is the tool you are going to use to manage the ministry. It's been in operation for about 18 months.
So you ask a question, are you aware? Let's take the answer first, then you can follow. Yes. Honorable Nominee.
Yes, Honorable Chairman.
So,
yeah, thank
your
you, Chairman.
supplementary question.
Yes, this act has been in operation for close to 18 months now, and there are provisions, regulations, institutions, enforcement mechanisms that's outstanding for it to actually work. What specific timetable will you adopt for full operationalization of this act?
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. It would be difficult for me to actually give an exact timeline at this point in time. I believe that in order to be able to give a timeline would require a full engagement of the relevant agencies, including the stages of execution of the various, whether it's the regulations or LIs, where they are, because otherwise I can't give you an answer in a vacuum.
Honorable Nominee. I will then move to give the floor to Professor Hamza, Ranking Member on Environment. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations on your nomination. Chair, I really don't have a question for the nominee. I have closely worked with her in the climate change caucus, and I know her drive and interest in the climate change, environment, technological agenda, and I have no doubt that she will be able to succeed in that office as the minister. Congratulations. Thank you.
No. Thank you. Thank you very much. I will then proceed to give the floor to Yao Gomado if you are here. Very well. Then we'll move to the committee members since John Dako is also not here. So I'll give the floor to Honorable Patrick Yabwam. Honorable members, can we have order?
Honorable Adongo,
Honorable members, let there be order because we have a tall day. I don't want to walk anybody out of the committee. So Eric Afu, will you remain silent?
You have been named. Thank you, Chairman. Let me use the opportunity to congratulate our colleague and my very good friend, for a nomination, and I believe a subsequent approval by the House. Congratulations, Zanetor, Dr. Rawlings. I'm happy your late parents would have been very happy to be seated behind you this day, not to remind you, but that the good Lord knows best, and I wish you the very best. I'm sure you got some briefing from the EPA before coming here. And at the heart of the fight against illegal mining activities, the EPA plays a very central role. And if you go through the legislation setting up the EPA, especially under Section 18 and the regulation LI 250, they play a very critical role. The DCEs, fortunately, we vetted the local government minister who supervises the DCEs. They receive monthly reports on areas within the district where illegal mining activities take place. The MAINCOM files reports to them, the EPA files reports to them. I want to find out from you how you are going to coordinate well with the Minister for Local Government, the Natural Resources Minister, and your good self, to eradicate or to fight this very serious canker in this country that we are all glossing over. And we all know the repercussions on the environment and our health needs as a country. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The fight against illegal mining and the subsequent damage it does to the environment and human life are an all of government and all of society imperative. And I do believe that the easiest way to address it is to have effective coordination between the ministries, departments, and agencies. And as you rightly pointed out, all of these activities are happening within the local governance space. And we have the decentralized EPA and all these agencies at that level as well. The regular reporting improves on transparency. It also helps us to track to what extent that to what extent interventions are making an impact. I believe that to start with, what I would want to do would be to sit with, should I get the approval from this committee and from the House, would be to sit with the relevant ministers of the coordinating, of the relevant ministers of the various ministries that have an interest in the Galamsey fight, which would range from the lands as well as the local government, to ensure that we're all on the same page to avoid the silo effect. So that's what I would start with in order to have a proper briefing in collaboration with the EPA.
Thank you. Yes.
That's about it.
That will be all.
Congratulations.
Well, I'll proceed
That's
to
about
give,
it.
to give the floor to Honorable Eliklima Kurugu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
One question.
Congratulations, my sister. I have no doubt you would excel in your new ministry. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Honorable Shaibu Mahama.
No, I definitely don't have a question. See, you're a very lucky woman from Antwerp to Jalakope, two regions. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Is there a region called Antwerp and Jalakope? Honorable Hajaladi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My sister knows very well that obviously I'm one of the happiest, if not the happiest, for her nomination. And all I wish is the best for you. My prayer is that the Almighty Allah guides and protects you in this your new role, so that you're able to do the job as expected, so that our mother and father, wherever they are, they will be very, very happy that, yes, they did their job and they left the best for us. You can always count on me. Take care of yourself. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Doyo, your turn.
Thank you, Chairman. My sister, my daughter, Zanetor Agyeman-Rawlings, I know you go and excel there. And I know you go and show them the level. So just go and surprise everyone in Ghana. Tell them show them what you can do better in that ministry. And I trust you. Our prayers, everything is with you. And we know everyone in Ghana here is looking up to you. So just go and excel.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Minority Whip, Honorable Anodon Pray. I know he's so much interested in matters relating to our environment. So you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Let me nominate congratulations, our good friend. Speaker, it is gratifying to those of us in the minority, especially front bench minority, that our long-held advocacy for our friend and our lovely sister to be recognized by President Mahama has finally paid fruit, and I'm happy.
I will take this as your question number one.
Oh, Speaker, well, I'll be in your hands. Speaker, I'm fully in your hands. And I also know, let me say publicly that, she's personified advocacy on environment. I have engaged you at personal level and even at the PAP. She's one person who has distinguished herself, however fleeting the period had been, as the vice president of the PAP. She's shown brilliance, and I want to publicly commend you. You and I have had a lot of discussion. Speaker, she contributed to the chairperson of the PAP.
You know, I'm the head of delegation.
Of course, Speaker, you are.
Of PAP. So I know she made you a chairperson.
Speaker, by the orders. Well, let me start off, my friend, Doctor. If you look at the global protocols in the context of sustainability, environmental conservation, control of emission, we have transitioned from Berlin to Copenhagen to Stockholm to Paris. Clear, consistent path by the globe. It's also, the begging question is that this commitment is loud. Various countries have shown commitment, which has dovetailed into the Paris Agreement, Article 6. How do we transition from the theoretical commitment to implementation in terms of the trust of these protocols that the world have signed on to?
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I believe that we have already transitioned to the practicalization of Article 6 under the Paris Agreement. We have already signed agreements with countries such as Switzerland and Sweden on a bilateral exchange of carbon dioxide equivalents. And so I believe that what it is for us that's left to do is to ensure that in the process of trading the carbon credits or the carbon dioxide, we do not end up perhaps mortgaging whatever reserve space that we have as a country for developing on our own. So I think it just comes down to the balance of to what extent do you trade in your carbon dioxide in exchange for finance, because whatever you give away in carbon dioxide, you must add to your national emissions because of the accounting system where globally, if you subtract from one jurisdiction, you have to add to the next. So we end up with a net loss when we trade that in, and we have to make sure that the financial benefit that we're getting is not out of sync with what our development agenda is. Thank you.
Just a follow-up.
Yes.
To follow up on the same question. Doc, I started off with Berlin, and I'm sure you're aware Berlin was the first COP. I think now we are at COP 32 or 31. Berlin, the thrust of Berlin was to reduce emission globally. I'm with you when you say we've transitioned, especially in terms of the global exchanges when it comes to the carbon trade. But there are still outstandings. And that's where I was trying to tease your mind and to revert your mind to. But you seem to be focusing on what we have achieved and clearly leaving out what is outstanding. But that is just by the way. My next substantive question is on climate finance and loss and damage. In times past, the globe has focused overly on climate exchange and climate change. Now the narrative globally is on loss and damage. The developed world had promised, continuously been promising some 100 billion to the developing world, which remains as a mirage. Now, Africa, or the developing part of the world, when there is a South-South cooperation, we stand to benefit some $300 billion. How will Ghana buy into this concept of climate finance? And what do you intend to be remembered of as the Minister of Environment who left a good print in terms of government and Africa's ability to buy into this concept, and not just buy into it, where we will not just be spectators, but we will practically benefit from this concept?
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I believe that Ghana has already taken advantage of climate finance. We have some of these World Bank grants that have come in as part of this trade that is around carbon. What I think that we can do better is, yes, you're right. Under the agreement, the developed countries were meant to provide a fund that was to support the climate vulnerable countries, of which Ghana is one. However, that has not been forthcoming. I think, like you mentioned, South-South cooperation is key. As a country, we need to look at strategic partners who perhaps share similar problems but may have different advantages, and then perhaps leverage on that. And then also, I think that looking at how we can leverage on that using the African Continental Free Trade Agreement might be useful in terms of how we leverage on climate finance and green technology.
Doc, I believe you've been briefed on the argument and the narrative on plastic waste. And I know how passionate you are when it comes to this matter. What briefing have you received so far from the ministry's officials? And do you see your way clear? Is there clarity in terms of functions that should be staged for Ghana to come atop the threat of plastic waste?
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I believe that there's a policy on plastic waste that we have as a country, and that is supposed to encompass how we plan to address this. The briefing that I did receive is one of the key things that is to happen within the next 6 months is the ban on polystyrene, and at some point, also single-use plastic, because I was actually very concerned about that as well. What I believe can be done in addition to this is to channel some funding towards the CSIR, the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, so that they can actually look into biological alternatives, for example, hemp, for example, cassava. We have a lot of plant produce that can be used to make plastic alternatives which can break down and don't actually persevere in the environment.
Doc, yes, Doc. Doc, the landfill waste. I concede as a developing country, we still haven't been able to enhance reclamation and recycle of our waste. Now, the danger we are facing, for instance, at various landfill sites, is the production of latchet. Latchet, the liquid that comes out of the landfill site. We have a situation in Sawam, in Sumia, for instance. This latchet leaks into water tables in surrounding areas, and it poses huge health hazard. All over Ghana, Accra, many parts of Accra, we have this landfill site, many parts of Eastern region. We should be moving towards recycling of this waste. And waste, as environmentalists will tell you, it's a resource, depending on how we use it. What briefing have you received from the ministry? And what is your thinking going into this ministry, how these concerns should be dealt with?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I believe that once again, with regards to the issue around plastic waste, it's an all-of-government, all-of-society approach. And the Environmental Protection Agency has a key role to play around the issue of hazardous waste, around the issue of toxic chemicals leaching into our water bodies, especially groundwater. One of the things that ought to be done, and I would want to have greater insight into that, is landfills must have a non-permeable base before items are dumped on it to prevent leaching into the soil and into the groundwater. This is something that has to be looked at as an absolute necessity. I do know that that is what's practiced at the collection point for the e-waste, but I believe it needs to be extended. We need to also create a culture of segregation of waste in order to be able to know what's going where. If we're looking at the creation of compost, then from the household level, from the schools, from the very basic units of our communities, we should start the issue of segregation of waste. Furthermore, there are other ways in which we can handle solid waste. There are countries that import solid waste in order to use for their thermal power generation. We can also look at pyrolysis of plastics, which can then be used to generate fuel and cooking gas. Then there's also obviously the recycling of some kinds of plastic into reusable materials. So there's a wide range of approaches which involves the public education, which also involves better enforcement, and then also the other innovative ways around how we handle plastic waste.
Doc, Chair, it's just
Probably
unfortunate. The chairman has signaled me.
Your last question.
I have very good questions. Unfortunately, I've been limited. I would have loved for us to have a good conversation. You are clearly showing brilliance when it comes to the environment. The chairman will not allow me, unfortunately. Anyway. So,
Chairman is so magnanimous to you. You know the number of questions that you have.
Doc, this may be my penultimate. I'm sure he will allow me the very last one, which will have to be on PAP, Pan-African. That one he will not refuse. I know he's the leader of the delegation. If he refuses, I may have to report him to the president of PAP. Doc, so far you're doing well. You're showing brilliance. I commend you. The usage of mercury in small-scale gold mining, it's come up repeatedly as a concern. And I'm sure you do know this. How will you be able to track this problem? Mercury. And we are told traces of mercury is found in agriculture foodstuff. And you know the danger that mercury poses to our health. Tell me practically, not just about recounting theories, but I want practical solutions. What do you intend to do with your ministry?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
From your lips to God's ears, Chairman. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. With regards to mercury, we have the Minamata Protocol, which actually has restrictions on the use of chemicals like mercury and cyanide. And I believe that practical steps towards how we monitor this will involve the EPA having spot checks, unannounced checks, and tests, which means that obviously they have to make sure they have the relevant equipment to test. We also need to make sure that we have at the various ports of entry the means to actually track any chemicals that are coming into the country. I also believe that as far as this is concerned, we shouldn't just be testing the soil and water at the sites where illegal mining is concerned. We need to make sure that we are also randomly checking perhaps underground water, because that's where borehole water is coming from, so that communities are not drinking poisoned water without realizing it. We need to check soils and farms that may not necessarily be in the catchment area, but may be affected as a result of perhaps water that's moved downstream. So spot checks, not just at the sites where the illegal mining is concerned, but across the country to actually assess the extent of spread of the mercury in our groundwater. And of course, having found that at any site, to take action in terms of accountability without looking at who they are. Once it's found to be a substance illegal in a setting that is illegal, the law must take effect. Thank you.
Let me just thank you. The way the chairman is looking at me, I know I have to draw the curtains, but just to thank the nominee and also to say that, to be fair to you, there's a lot happening on EPA, but I'm unable to ask you this question because you are yet to go to the ministry. I want to encourage you to remain the principal person that we've always known you to be, and the person I've known you to be. Let black be named as black, and white be white. And I'm sure that when you do that, some of us will be more willing to divulge information, to approach you, and for you to be remembered. Finally, to assure you that we'll be available pro bono. If there is anything on the environment that we should help you, we will want to help you to succeed. So when the history is being written, it will be said that once upon a time, a certain Dr. Zanetor Agyeman-Rawlings occupied, and she left a living legacy. That will be something that I would love to celebrate, because the minority advocated for you to be appointed by the president. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Honorable James Agalga, you have the floor.
Chair, thank you very much. Honorable Zanetor Agyeman-Rawlings is very disciplined. In fact, when she first arrived in Parliament, I worked very closely with her. She was a friend to the Defense and Interior Committee and actually assisted us very well. Subsequently, she was made a full-blown member and elevated to the position of deputy ranking of that same committee. I was ranking. And so we worked very closely. And therefore, I am in the best position to bear testimony to the competence of Honorable Rawlings than any other person in this house. Yes. 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 No. Aside that, when the Committee for Security and Intelligence was created under the new standing orders, Mr. Chairman, she again acquitted herself.
Leader, the floor is given to you to ask questions. So it's either you have a question for the nominee or you don't have a question for the nominee.
So, Mr. Speaker, I would urge all of us, with your permission, that our marching orders for Honorable Rawlings is to proceed to the ministry and excel once again. Thank you very much, Honorable Rawlings. Congratulations.
Yes. Well, he's urging the members to vote in her favor. So, Ranking, you have the floor. Ranking, you have the floor.
Thank you very much.
the CEO.
Honorable Dr. Zanetor Agyeman-Rawlings, congratulations. I am very proud of you as a woman, but I am highly disappointed in a way for you leaving your position at the top. I had a lot of expectations, but I have not hidden my disappointment from anybody at all. But what I would like to know is if you don't mind, to let me know what actually informed you to accept this position instead of the PAP position. Thank you.
Yes, honorable nominee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My first duty is service to my country. I was sent to PAP as part of the delegation from Ghana. And as prestigious and as challenging as the position of second vice president of PAP is, I was called to serve my country. And given the very central role that issues around the environment currently play, not just in Ghana, not just across the continent, but globally, I felt duty bound to actually come. And furthermore, I believe that the vision that His Excellency the President has with regards to the environment is something that truly aligns with my beliefs, and I felt that it was an obligation to serve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know how disciplined and how committed you are to your country. And one of the things that I want us to look at is about artificial intelligence and humanity issues. We have our challenges, we have our chances, and we have our controls. What is your view about this issue? And how would you want to situate it under any development of a technology of a kind? Thank you.
Yes, honorable nominee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Artificial intelligence is a double-edged sword, and as useful as it is, and as useful as it can be, we have to ensure as a country that we put in the necessary safeguards with regards to the technology, with regards to the human capacity, with regards to the legislative framework to ensure that as we roll it out, because we're already using AI in some form. However, the most crucial aspect is to ensure that we have the proper oversight, human oversight of artificial intelligence as we use it, whether it's to perhaps set, maybe AI bots to observe changes in the soil, or whether it's to observe movement around illegal mining sites, whether it's to monitor the afforestation projects, or whether it's simply to just help to track some of the things that the various agencies are doing in order to provide a transparent, a transparent dashboard for the public to see what is being done. So I believe that as positive as it is, as it can be, we have to be very careful that it doesn't run away from us in terms of the safeguards and oversight. Thank you.
Follow up, please, Mr.
Yes.
I just want to ask you this simple question. Do you think legislation can solve some of the challenges that we have been faced by the introduction of artificial intelligence? Thank you.
Yes, honorable nominee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As I mentioned earlier, building the human capacity as well as the necessary software and hardware around that would be key. Legislation on its own is only as good as the execution, the implementation, the enforcement as we have around that. And the human capacity is key. I believe that that is really essential if we're to get a handle on how AI is used within our jurisdiction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think one other issue that I'm very passionate about, I don't know how well you've been briefed at the ministry, but it is known that as a country, We spend so much money importing spare parts into the country. So much foreign currency, which puts us in a very bad trade debt in trading. I don't know if you have been well briefed. There has been an attempt during the era of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to come up with a CNC machinery to ensure that we can have our own spare parts. Spare parts can be produced in our country to solve all these foreign exchange challenges. Have you been briefed, and what is your position in trying to ensure that? I know the machines are available. I know the building has been constructed to a level that can be. What is your view about the continuation of this project? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I believe Honorable is very passionate about this specific issue, which I do agree with, is it would actually make a difference in terms of our industrialization drive, and of course would be able to, with the right tooling, contribute towards the 24-hour agenda. Honorable Chair, I believe that with regards to this, what's left really is for me to have a full detailed briefing of what exactly is outstanding in terms of monetary commitments. And then subsequently, once I understand exactly what the issues are, to be able to have a conversation with the Honorable Finance Minister around the release of funds for the support of this completion of the project, which would actually contribute towards jobs and also create a local industry, which could probably help not just Ghana, but the sub-region as far as the provision of some of these types of equipment are concerned. So it really, to get a full assessment, to be able to speak to that in full, I could come back to the House with a report once I've done that. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Nominee, I must say that you are somebody that I expect to lift the female flag of Ghana very high. And it is my prayer that you really excel in this position which you have taken, it, because it is a very, very challenging ministry. And to have an impact in that ministry, we need a disciplined person like you to manage the ministry. And having been in Parliament, you will also ensure the enforcement of policies that will be required to undertake the various aspects of your ministry. One thing that I want us to look at is the policy on the ban of plastics. I know you've given us some answers on it, but we have a timeline of 6 months. You know, the indications you gave about what could be done to ensure the implementation of this policy, some of them require a long-term approach or long-term solution to these issues. My simple question is that, how do you look at the policy? Whether the implementation has been done rightly? If not, what would you propose should be undertaken to ensure full and successful implementation of this policy?
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I believe that the EPA just I think a couple of days ago was actually in Kumasi raising awareness to the general public on the impending ban on styrofoam. Honorable Speaker, I believe that the dangers around the use of polystyrene cannot be glossed over, and it has to be done. I think, if not to belittle the issue, but I remember as children, when you wanted to go for Auntie Na's rice, you took your own pots to go and buy the rice. And I'm not sure at which point putting plastic within plastic within plastic became the norm. And I think it comes down to a change in behavior. Obviously, behavior change is something that can take time, but it can be incentivized, or it can be, you can put penalties in place. It comes down to how we enforce and the seriousness with which we seek to address this. I stand by the fact that the timeline has to be maintained. It's long overdue. So in whatever way that I can support the relevant agencies, in whatever way we can raise public awareness to the fact that citizens do have a responsibility under the Constitution to also contribute towards the protection of the environment. It's not just about what the government does. And then obviously making sure that the necessary support comes from the Parliament. And I'm hoping that the committee that has oversight of the ministry will hold our feet to the fire as far as what we have to do is concerned. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. This will be my final intervention, and that is on research and data. I think as a ministry, you are responsible to ensure that in our current technological advancement, we realize that we haven't paid much attention to how we are going to deploy our technological findings. As a country, we train, and at a point in time, we don't know how we apply our training to the development of something, say, industries. May I know whether you agree with the fact that there need to be a center where we can deploy research findings and ensure the promotion of other innovations and the research findings that we make out there whilst we are educating ourselves or whilst in the high institutions. So may I know what your view is on this particular issue?
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. There is a nexus between the research, industry, and government, the role that we play in order to make sure that whatever research findings are actually commercialized. The CSIR already has in place the necessary framework that looks at the commercialization of innovations, as well as how to engage in private partnerships. What I would be looking to do is to understand what we currently have as far as innovations are concerned and how we can speed up the process of engaging private partners and looking at the commercialization of some of these innovations. I think key to that as well is also the protection of intellectual property, to reassure scientists of the fact that when they actually put in their very best, they're recognized and their work is also protected. Thank you.
Honourable members, it's now the turn of Honourable Riketiga.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Dr. Zanetor Agyeman-Rawlings, congratulations. I really don't know where to start, but I believe you know what I mean. We thank the President for giving you this opportunity and a much bigger platform. You're already on a big platform, but you are now, if approved, will be on a much bigger platform to continue to demonstrate your intellect, your competence, and what we know, as I say, can-do attitude and getting things done. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, in the absence of the minority leader, I will proceed to discharge the nominee. You are accordingly discharged. You hear from the committee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
I will then proceed to acknowledge your guests. We have Honorable Huese.
Stop this. Stop this.
Two,
Stop this. Stop
we
this.
have
You stopped him.
Honorable Jim
Stop this.
Tamaklo, who is also my uncle as well as your uncle. We have
Why is your absence?
Lovelace. We have Benjamin Nikwe Kote. We have Auntie Frimpoma. We have Kimati Agyeman-Rawlings. We have Madam Judy Nkansa. We have Nana Poku Agyeman. We have Mr. Ato Gezi. We have Auntie Amaki. We have Mr. Kenneth Wugan. We have Shelley Chikata. We have Shiba Atiesa. We have Alex Kojo Atiesa. We have Colonel Agbotui. We have Squadron Leader Sinsin Dagbe, retired. We have Naval Lieutenant KK Anyawe, retired. We have Dr. Mavis Oreku Ahinkra. We have James Gonu, Voter Regional Minister. We have Mr. Robbie Robertson. We have Cromwell Goka. We have Nana Kobe Prempre. We have Maoli Alomanu. We have Salim El Mawas. We have Charles Bain. We also have Alhaji Masaud, John Blagoji, Lydia Agbotui, Gossen Agbotui, Juliet Kramer, General Kusi, Dr. Kumbo, Hajia Hamdatu Ibrahim Hussein. We also have Eugene Eshen Elliott. We have Dr. Ben Anyagri. We have Regina Aholu. We have Kwame Boachi Ajiman. We have Mark Dabre Mafo. We have Dr. Mayrid Zieka. We also have Mr. Krujison. We have Walter Ewua. We also have Nana Jensi Amwako. We have Sisi Kwenu. We also have Alberta Achia Akosa. We have Bavlo Latte. We have Akresi Sapon. We have Yao Ampofo Ankra. We have Alasan Soini. We have Queen Mothers from Ashanti and Volta region. Honourable members, on your behalf and on behalf, we have Mayor of Tema and then the spouse of the majority, Chief Whip. We have Dr. Kobena Dufo. We also have former chairman, Dr. Ampofo. On behalf of the committee and on behalf of the House, I welcome all of you to Parliament of Ghana. Honorable nominee, you will surely hear from the committee. You are accordingly discharged. Thank you for attending upon the committee.
Yes, it's ready. What time are you going to start?
We are starting now.
We're starting now. Oh, yeah. The first one is- I don't know how long.
It depends.
You're still watching Channel 1 TV. My name is Jude Duncan. Just gone by, the Minister Designate for the Environment, Science and Technology, Dr. Zanetor Agyeman-Rawlings, going through her vetting. She was screened on issues around Ghana's plastic policy. She spoke on issues around landfill sites and issues in relation to leaching. She also shared her thoughts on how we can improve the illegal mining menace, among many other issues affecting the environment sector. That'll be all for our coverage for the ministerial appointment vetting going on currently in Parliament. Keep your channel right here on Channel 1 TV.
This August, join us on Channel 1 TV as we bring you sights and sounds from our unforgettable journey that began on the 1st of March to the 8th of March 2026. The Heritage Caravan 2026 Diaries is about to hit your screens here on Channel 1 TV. Relive the unforgettable moments from the 10th edition of the Heritage Caravan as we take you back to the events that took place within those 8 days across 14 regions of Ghana. From the rich culture and history to the stunning landscapes, mouth-watering cuisine, and unforgettable experiences. Every episode celebrates the beauty and diversity of Ghana.
So from Asante Osei line, maternally are the rulers of the Asante Kingdom since 1690.
Don't bend so Marvin, now to the champion. Don't bend so Marvin, now to the champion. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Way now no be that. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Way now no be that. Baby, your bow, money coming, son,
Stay with us here on Channel 1 TV this August as we take you back in time. Let's relive the memories, shall we?
If someone from Poland is Polish, then the person from Finland is a...
If someone from Poland is Polish, then someone from where?
Finland.
Let's have it. Let's have it.
Foolish.
What?
Foolish. Foolish.
If someone from Poland is Polish, then the person from Finland is a...
Can I say Finland?
You see, I don't blame you.
Why?
Abi, the fine is fine line. And Polish should be Polish.
Because, hey! And yo! This is horrible!
Or Poland. Poland and Polish and fine line. That's it. That's it. Everything should end. The citizen name should end with the country name. They should all align. Ghana, Ghanaians.
Togo,
Togolians.
Sudan,
Sudalians.
South Africa, South African.
Okay.
Wellness is the foundation of a healthy, productive, and successful team. The City Business Olympics is back. It's time to leave the boardroom and bring the competition to the field. Get ready for the City Business Olympics 2026, the ultimate corporate showdown where teamwork, strategy, fitness, and fun come together. Get your team ready for exciting contests including 7-a-side football, volleyball, basketball, sack race, tug of war, and arm wrestling. Whether you're competing, cheering, or networking, this is your chance to build stronger teams, create lasting connections, and let your company spirit shine. And of course, the big question remains: which CEO will rise to the challenge and claim the ultimate bragging rights in the CEO's Challenge? Date: Saturday, 26th September 2026. Venue: Eden Heights Sports Complex. Wager: time 8 a.m. Call 0558-973-973 to register your team today. City Business Olympics 2026. Compete, collaborate, conquer. The City Business Olympics 2026 is powered by 97.3 City FM with support from Channel 1 TV.
Were you at the 2026 edition of the Back to Your Village Food Festival? If not, then join us in reliving the entire festival through the Back to Your Village Food Festival playbacks. From the food to the music and to the cultural displays, we will take you back to your village, be it a Kan, in the south, or in the northern parts of Ghana. Experience it all over again with us this August by catching all the playbacks right here on Channel 1 TV. And if you missed the announcement the last time, make sure you look sharp next time.
The 2026 edition of the Back to Your Village Food Festival was sponsored by EcoBank, Gino, Didi Chateau, Munchie Biscuits, Everpack, National Petroleum Authority, and supported by Jibu Water and Trillium Industrial Company Limited.
I'm made in Ghana, you can take me to London.
Every year, there is a place where the atmosphere shifts, where praise becomes a sanctuary.
Hello, family. My name is Perez Music, and I'd like to invite you to Glorify 2026, happening right here at the Victory Bible Church International, Dominion Sanctuary inside Awoshi, and it's happening on the 30th of August. Joining me this year is my big brother and a mogul, Minister Joe Meto. We also have a special monologue by Jeffrey Norte, and my brother King's Kid is also going to be here.
Yes, come let's celebrate God for His goodness and mercies at Glorified 2026 on August 30th, 2026. Doors open at 4 p.m. prompt, and the venue is Victory Bible Church, Dominion Sanctuary, Awoshi Bayard. Media sponsors Channel 1 TV, City FM. Come ready to encounter.
Hello and welcome to the Channel 1 newsroom from our studios at number 5, Ola Hansen Lane at Tesano in Accra. I am Nanatufu Obuati.
I'm Prema Edunyame.
I am Umaru Sanda Amado.
I am Enosafo.
I am Charles Owusukumi.
You're still watching Channel 1 TV. We take you back to Parliament, where the Minority Leader Alexander Apenyomakin is currently addressing the Appointment Committee on the nomination on some selected Supreme Court justices.
Neither are we saying that the president doesn't have the constitutional mandate to nominate for Supreme Court. What we are saying is that your party in opposition, and I refer to the verbatim report of 2024, July. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, the transcript of appointment committee proceedings, 30th July 2024, and I use this transcript to support my ground two. This is what was said by Honorable Mahama Ayariga, Member of Parliament for Boku Central, then in opposition. Quote, we discussed this matter and said we don't want to embarrass these judges. It's a new appointment committee. Notice was served to the nominees to come without us having had a meeting. No meeting. Notice was served to the public to submit memos, and there was no meeting. Then yesterday we met, we said, quote, what is the rush? End quote. We have a lot of time. So let's take our time and not embarrass these judges. Let's do a decent job. We ask for documents. We ask for the writings and publications of one of the nominees. Then the other, who is the Court of Appeal judge, we ask for her judgment. You know how we always do it, so that we can study and do a decent job. And they wanted to even fix a date. Then the majority chief whip advised the two leaders to go and confer on the date. Chair, end quote. He goes further. We had these discussions nicely, and then we all dispersed yesterday, only to see during midnight WhatsApp exchanges that we were being someone as a committee to come and vet this book. Because of that, some didn't even go through their CVs. Now let me go to Honorable Ama Kofi-Boah, who was a deputy minority leader and a member of the committee. This is what he had to say. Quote, I was saying that first of all, why do we have a media here? The point has been made that appointment committee met. We discussed these matters. We all agree that these appointments are important. These are lifetime appointments. And once they sit in the Supreme Court, there's no opportunity for any Ghanaian to try to revoke the appointment. These nominees are going to replace Supreme Court judges that are not going on retirement, some of them till November. So it was clear that we have time to make sure that as outstanding practice of this House, we published this nomination by the President in National Daily and get memoranda from the public so that we can totally, the people of Ghana must be part of this process. It's a serious process. We all agreed. I mean, let the point be made. Nobody has anything against, but we must do the right thing. End quote. This is Honorable Ama Kofi-Boah, Deputy Minority Leader, who is now a Minister of State. Now let me go to my respected colleague, who is now the Finance Minister. He was the Minority Leader, Dr. Kasiel Ato Forsen. This is what he had to say as Minority Leader then. Quote, then let me make this comment. Honorable Leader, he was referring to the chair who is seated to my left, Honorable Patricia PJ. She was the Deputy Majority Leader and the acting chair of the committee. Yesterday, I said something, and today I'll refer to you as my former friend because I'm honestly appalled. This is Atu speaking. I'm appalled. You have broken the trust of the NDC Minority Caucus. You have committed a number of sins. I will tell you the sins that you have committed. Your first sin, you unilaterally wrote a letter to the nominees inviting them for vetting without the input of the appointment committee. That's their first sin. Sin number 2, all your sins. Your sin number 2, you wrote to the nominees certain Wednesday 31st after informing them that we are Wednesday 31st without our input. Then number 3, after we met as committee, your third sin, after we met as committee and agreed that we'll do this vetting before we are recalled, so that during the recall, we will take them, you will take them unilaterally again and again. No, I'm enumerating all the sins that she has committed. And then you inform them that now you have shifted the goalpost from 31st. Then we even agreed to Tuesday, and going forward, you hold it and submit the report to the House. Madam, this is not Banana Republic. All these are words coming from Atufosen. This is the Republic of Ghana. This is the Black Star of Africa. This is Kwame Nkrumah's Republic of Ghana. Please don't destroy our democracy. This is coming from the NDC. At the minimum, you have to give us the opportunity to study the nominees, and the people of Ghana must see us that we are doing our work. We cannot joke with this democracy. These are some of the things that we do, and the democracy elsewhere, they lose them. We will protect this democracy at all costs. You are putting somebody into constitutional office until the age of 70. All what we are asking is that advertise for a minimum of 14 days. Invite memoranda. So far, you have advertised for 4 days. Even the advert, you didn't tell us you were advertising for this. Advertise for 14 days. Give us opportunity to review the CVs. Today, you have called a meeting. Me, today, I have not even read anything. I would end it here. Chairman, to reiterate ground 2 of our submission, these are the words of your party in opposition. You insisted that Supreme Court nominees should at least have that 14 days minimum notice in the dailies. You told us that back in the day, on that fateful day, what you did was to stop the vetting. We are not going to be physical. We are going to be decent and put across our case to the nation. My colleague here who was chairing the committee was heckled. We reasoned with you. I was the majority leader, and I called Dr. Atufosen aside, pleaded with him. Much as I tried, he said no. And on behalf of the government, I yielded to the prayer of the minority. So we called off the vetting. We apologized to the nominees, and we re-advertised for the 14 days before we finally did the vetting. So what has changed? You are saying that we must protect the democracy. We yielded to you because common sense required that we had to listen to you and not to insist that we are in government. We stopped. You said there must be 14 days. These were the words of the minority leader speaking for and on behalf of the NDC. These nominations came to the House on Monday. Referral was made to the committee on Monday. We had Tuesday. We had yesterday. And today we are to do vetting. We have Supreme Court judges and the respected Chief Justice right here. In all fairness, would they themselves feel right that Parliament is subjecting itself to these? Are we here to embarrass the nominees or carry a certain conduct and back with the political narrative? My colleagues in majority, no. Let's reason together. Let's be seen as having a principled political stand. Let's be seen as acting consistent with our political views. We yielded to you. We didn't allow ego to take over our conscience. So we yielded and asked the nominees to go back home. And at the right time, after advert, we did it. So if you want to follow that precedent, please suspend today's sitting. And let's properly put out the advert as you requested back then when you were in opposition. And let's allow 14 days. After all, the court is on vacation. 14 days, we can come back and do the work, receive memoranda, get our report ready even before Parliament resumes in October. Early enough for before the new legal year. We cannot continue to do this. I'm done with ground 2. Now let me go to ground 3. Ground 3. Order 21711 has been misapplied. It is our contention that Order 21711 requires this committee to report to Parliament within 3 days after the conclusion of its proceedings. That is a clock triggered by conclusion, a fact within the committee's own determination, not a clock that runs from the date of the referral or that compels conclusion by any particular date. No provision of the standing orders convert Order 21711 into a general instruction that vetting itself must be completed within 3 days or within the life of any particular sitting. Order 2674, by contrast, allows a committee up to 3 months to report on a matter referred to it. We submit, therefore, as minority, that Order 21711 cannot, on any proper construction, be read to shorten that general period to 3 days for 3 simultaneous Supreme Court nominations. Our next ground, that the composition safeguards in Order 2172 and 3 cannot be honored on this timetable. Chairman, we submit that Order 2172 requires the chairperson, ranking member, and 2 other members of the relevant subject matter committee to join this committee for each nominee considered. For the 3 judicial nominees, that is the committee responsible for constitutional, legal, and parliamentary affairs. For the 2 ministerial nominees, it is, in each case, the relevant sector committee. Order 2173 caps the resulting membership at 15. We therefore submit that properly reconstituting this committee 3 separate times for 3 distinct subject areas, whilst respecting the 15-member ceiling and the 1/3 quorum requirement in Order 2651, cannot be done with the rigor these orders contemplate inside 3 days without either breaching the cap, diluting the co-opted membership actual participation, or reducing what should be substantive scrutiny to a formality. Any of those 3 outcomes will render the resulting recommendation procedurally unsound. We further submit that the public participation safeguard in Order 21710 would be rendered nugatory or odious by your conduct of proceeding to vet these nominees today. And on that point, it's our submission that Order 21710 requires the publication of nominees' names in the newspapers of national circulation for the specific purpose of inviting memoranda and representation from the public. Chairman, I rely on Dr. Atufosin's verbatim submission of 30th July to support this submission without reiterating that point. It is the mechanism by which citizens, the bar, and civil society bring to this committee's attention anything material to a nominee's fitness for judicial office that this committee itself might not otherwise know. A publication made this week, followed by hearings this week, gives no realistic person outside this chamber an opportunity to research, prepare, and submit memoranda before this committee purport to conclude. We therefore submit that a safeguard, which as a matter of simple arithmetic cannot be used, is not a safeguard that has been complied with. It has been observed in form and defeat in substance. We argue further on a ground to the effect that no motion to suspend the standing orders has been moved. Chairman, on the floor, there was no such motion properly moved, argued, and resolved to the effect that any of our standing orders be suspended. What we know is that the majority, after we were done with business committee report meeting, claimed to have recalled the business committee to hold another meeting, whereupon they claim that they added the vetting of Supreme Court nominees this week, and that after the majority leader has presented his report, same was gavelled as having been adopted. Chair, never on the House floor have we had such a precedent where a business committee's report was used to override express provisions of our standing orders. The adoption of a business committee report and recommendation can never replace an express provision of our standing orders that require a motion to be properly moved. Chair, we further submit that it is only by motion, moved with the leave of the House, with reasons stated prior to suspension. No such motion has been moved in respect of orders 2172, 3, 10, or 11, or of orders 265, 266, or 2674 in connection with these three nominees. Every one of those orders therefore remain in full force today. We submit with respect that the committee or majority within it cannot achieve by mere scheduling what order 3 requires to be achieved by motion, debate, or vote. To proceed as though these orders had been suspended without the House ever having suspended them is not an exercise of discretion. It is a disregard of rules that remain binding. We invite you, Mr. Chairman, to ensure that this committee is bound by Order 217 in its unamended and unsuspended form, and to conduct these proceedings accordingly. Our next ground, that the Constitution, the constitutional preconditions to nominations under Article 1442 have not been shown to be satisfied. Chairman, we submit that Article 1442 of the Constitution makes the President power to nominate an ordinary justice of the Supreme Court conditional upon the advice of the Judicial Council and consultation with the Council of State. These are not procedural niceties. They are conditions precedent to a valid nomination reaching this committee at all. We submit, therefore, that before this committee proceeds to question any of the three nominees on merit, it should require the Clerk of Parliament or the Attorney General to confirm on record that the advice of the Judicial Council was in fact obtained and that genuine consultation with the Council of State in fact took place in respect of each of the three nominations. A truncated timetable makes it materially harder for this committee to verify that these upstream constitutional conditions were actually met, rather than merely asserted. This committee ought not to vet nominees whose own constitutional foundation has not first been confirmed. Our next ground, we submit that this exercise of discretion by the majority required to compress this timetable offends Article 296 of the Constitution. Chairman, Article 296 provides that wherever discretionary power is vested in any person or authority, that power carries an implied duty to be fair and candid, and its exercise must not be arbitrary, capricious, but must accord with due process of law. The chairperson's power under Order 2663 to fix the date and hour for considering a referred matter and the business committee's scheduling of this committee's business generally are both discretionary powers within the meaning of that article. We submit, therefore, that a timetable driven solely by the desire of the majority to conclude before this record rises tomorrow, unsupported by any demonstrated exigency, given that no vacancy exists, is not an exercise of fair and candid discretion. It is discretion exercised to suit convenience, political convenience, and it is, on that basis, vulnerable to challenge as arbitrary within the meaning of Article 296 of the Constitution. Our ground 8. Mrs. Chairman, the Speaker's own ruling on the nature of this recall fortifies our objection. And on this point, we submit that in his remarks opening this recall, the Right Honorable Speaker drew a distinction of direct relevance to this committee. He stated in terms that his determination to recall Parliament was not and must not be understood as a determination of merit of the matters placed before the House. He stated that the material before him at that stage was not conclusive and does not dictate what Parliament must decide. He stated that the responsibility to weigh these matters properly belong to the House itself. We submit, therefore, that this committee, exercising the House's delegated function under Order 217, is bound by precisely the same discipline the Speaker described. The admission of these nominees for consideration during this recall settles nothing about whether they are fit to be approved, still less about how quickly that question may responsibly be answered. A committee that treats the fact of the recall as itself an answer to the question of adequate scrutiny will be doing exactly what the Speaker cautioned this House against. And I must emphasize that this unfortunate situation is being advanced by the NDC majority. Now, our ground 9. The consequence of error here is uniquely severe and largely irreversible. Chairman, I submit on behalf of my colleagues that Article 146 of the Constitution protects a sitting judge from removal, save for stated misbehavior, incompetence, or infirmity, established only through an elaborate multi-stage process. Once appointed and sworn, a justice of the Supreme Court is for practical purposes in office for the remainder of a working career. Parliament's approval under Article 1442 is realistically the last substantive check this republic will ever exercise over that individual's fitness for judicial office. We therefore submit that a procedural shortcut, which might be tolerable for an appointment more easily corrected, is not tolerable here. The gravity and near permanence of office being filled is itself a reason, independent of every ground above, why this committee should decline to allow itself to be rushed. The majority must not use its super majority in terms of numbers to stampede this process. Democracy requires that they sit and reason with us and not muzzle its weight and powers and frustrate the views of the minority. Chair, for the above grounds as argued, these are the reliefs we seek from this honorable committee. The minority, led by me, pray this committee for the following. 1. Rule that, Mr. Chairman, determine that orders 2172, 3, 10, and 11, as well as 265, 266, and 267, 4, remain in full force. No motion to suspend any of them having been moved or carried under Order 3. 2, we further pray that this committee resolve to decline to conclude its consideration of the 3 Supreme Court nominations within the life of this recall sitting, and instead adjourn that consideration to allow proper compliance with Order 2172 and 10 of our rules. 3, we pray that require confirmation on the record from the Clerk to Parliament or the Attorney General that the preconditions in Article 1442 of the Constitution have been satisfied in respect of each nomination. 4, is our prayer that this committee resolve to proceed in the meantime an unfair and expedited timetable with the vetting of the 2 nominees, which we have done, on which no objection of any kind was ever raised by us because there is precedence of the House to support that. And finally, record this objection and the committee's final determination in the report of the committee, ultimately as it presents to the House under Order 215. Chairman, with all said, I conclude on behalf of my caucus that this our objection is not being raised to obstruct the work of this committee. Neither is same being raised to embarrass any of the nominees before us. As we have already said, they are men and a lady who have worked all their life in service of our nation and even the sub-region. The president has the power and mandate to nominate them. We are not opposed to that nomination, save that when it was Akufo-Addo's time and he brought three Supreme Court nominees, your side argued that it amounted to the packing of the court. So as we speak today, you have nominated 7, Parliament has passed them, and these 3 added to it make it 10. So what has changed? Where is your principle? Now, the numbers to the Supreme Court are far more than it would have been if Akufo-Addo's 3 additional nominees had been approved by Parliament. So where is your principle of the packing of the court? Where is your principle? You have none. We so submit. A committee that vests a justice of the Supreme Court in 3 days, in the absence of any actual vacancy, in the face of standing orders that remain fully in force, and were never suspended, does not strengthen Parliament's constitutional role. Rather, it empties that role of its content. We ask that this objection be decided in our favor. The proceedings should not go further, and whatever the course this committee takes must know that it has gravity to order Article 144, Article 146, and Article 296 of the Constitution, as well as Order 217 of our own standing orders. The people of Ghana demand it. This is not a partisan demand because we are MPP minority. This is a demand from the people of Ghana. This is a demand that democracy requires of us. And Chair, we submit respectfully that this committee be resolved, that all these concerns be taken into consideration. We suspend the hearing and do the advert and come back and do the vetting. Until then, we tell you that, Chair, don't use your numbers to stampede this sound submission. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, our distinguished guests, I have sat and listened carefully to the objection raised by the minority leader. And it gives me much interest as how a lecture in metaphysics will give to a newborn baby. I said so because, honorable members, following a request by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, to recall Parliament to deal with specific items, a request that was contained in a letter emanating from the President dated 11th August 2026. 3 items were the basis of the President's request for a recall of Parliament. 1, the Banks and Special Deposit Taking Institution Act Amendment Bill 2026. 2, 2 nominations for appointment as ministers of state for referral to the appointment committee, vetting, and consideration by Parliament. 3, 3 nominations for appointment as justices of the Supreme Court for referral to the appointment committee, vetting and consideration by the House. So clearly, the request was not only limited to the referral of the nomination of 2 ministerial nominees, vetting and consideration by Parliament. It includes the referral of the 3 judges nominees, referral and vetting by the committee. Based on these requests, Parliament was duly recalled to sit from Monday 24th to Friday 28th of August 2026. Honourable members, distinguished guests, accordingly, these referrals were made. And again, the referrals were not limited to that of the 2 ministerial nominees. It extends and operates to include the 3 judges nominees. Following the referral, there was a meeting held yesterday. The meeting was consequent upon the chairperson of the committee having a preliminary meeting with the minority leader to consider the request of His Excellency the President. We suppose to have the vetting on Wednesday, but it will interest you to know that at the instance of the minority leader, today, Thursday, 9 o'clock has been scheduled to conduct the vetting. We had a preliminary meeting yesterday, dealt with certain issues and concluded them. For me, that was the end. What was the issue raised and considered? I will go straight to the one that is relevant to the objection raised by the minority leader and how we dealt with the issue. The issue was to the effect that we should only consider our colleague ministerial nominees, 2 of them, but we should not consider the 3 judges. Based on the fact that there was no publication, and therefore we should not proceed to do the vetting of the judges. The committee resolved that the referral includes the 3 judges nominees. We cannot therefore discriminate in favor of our colleague nominees and against the 3 judges nominees. Therefore, we must take decision to vet all of them together. This was the decision of the committee. The further reason of the committee was to the effect that on Monday, when the business statement was presented, part of the business statement requested from the House to use Standing Order 3 to suspend the Order 217 of our standing orders in order to pave the way for us to deal with the urgent items based on which the request for recall was made and the House was accordingly recalled. I have in my hand the provisional Hansard of Parliament of Ghana. I'm not tendering it, but to quote the relevant portion. Other members, Roxanne Nelson Kwame Eche Dapamako, the majority chief whip, raised the issue that upon the presentation of the business report, he wants to formally move a motion for the House to adopt, to waive the Standing Order 217, so that we can urgently consider the request of the President. Now, the Right Honorable Speaker, Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagby, was the one presiding. And this is what he said. Once the request for waiver based on Standing Order 3 of the House was part of the Business Committee's report presented to the House, and the House having adopted the report of the Business Committee, there is no need acceding to the request of the majority chief whip to move a motion to waive the Standing Order 3. Once the House has adopted the Business Committee's report, it means that the House has taken a decision to waive Standing Order 3 for the committee to consider these matters as a matter of urgency. Honourable members, when the committee takes decision, we present report to Parliament, and at the adoption of the decision of Parliament, Parliament at plenary has a right to vary the decision of the committee. However, if the House takes decision, no committee can vary the decision of the House. If you are aggrieved by the decision of the House, the method available for you to reverse that decision is contained in our own standing orders. Honourable members, distinguished guests, I will not preside over this committee and purport to vary the orders or directions or decisions taken at the plenary by the entire House. It is not done in any democracy, and I will not be the first to introduce it in Ghana's democracy. Honourable members, I will not also preside over this particular committee and discriminate against the judges. Allow the vetting of our colleagues and then reject the vetting of the judges' nominee. I will not do that today. I won't do that tomorrow. I therefore consider all grounds of the minority leader as flimsy and hollow. I considered his objection to be frivolous, vexatious, unmeritorious, baseless on the facts, the rules, and the law. Therefore, I will accordingly dismiss the objection by the minority leader in limine. Thank you for your rapt attention.
Chairman, with the greatest respect to you, you don't have the power to dismiss a preliminary objection properly raised. You have responded to me. I have a right of reply, and then we put it to a vote. It's a decision. It is the House the committee that must resolve. That is how we take decisions. Chairman, if we are talking law, let's talk law. It is not within your right to say you have ruled. You don't rule on issues that come. You don't have the power. There is no such power in our standing orders. Even as a speaker, when a motion comes before the House, he relies on the decision of the House. It is not a matter for a ruling that you will say that you've dismissed with all those adjectives. I won't go there. Let me remind you on some important issues and reply to your response to me. Issue 1. The House did not pass any resolution.
Honorable Minority Leader, with
You've started?
With all due respect, when you are making your submissions,
I kept
you
quiet
called on me.
I didn't call on. I said let's resolve.
Rule
no,
on the
I didn't
matter.
say rule. I said resolve. Don't get me wrong. No, resolve.
Honorable Minority Leader,
no, please.
Let your microphone be off.
No, Chairman, don't start your thing. Don't start it and then finish and think you can control narrative. We are being very decent. Don't try it.
Minority Leader,
don't start it, Chairman.
You did not move a motion before the committee. You
Chairman,
raised a preliminary
you can't
objection.
Rule. It's not a ruling.
And the preliminary objection is supposed to be ruled upon by the rules of the House.
No, which rule? Quote it. Quote which rule? Quote the rule. Quote it. If the standing order is here.
Yeah, so
mine is here.
Take your
no, majority leader, take your time.
No, take your
majority leader, he's capable.
No, take your.
He doesn't need a lawyer.
Please.
Let him. Let him. This is it. Rule it. Open.
Take your
Open.
orders.
You people are taking this majority thing too far.
Open to 268.
You guys are taking this majority thing too far. No, we've not finished the argument.
Open to 268.
He cannot. Stop it.
Patrick.
You've had power. One day you may not have the power.
268.
Don't do this.
No, 268.
You know, it's not fair.
Open it, 268.
Please, majority leader,
no, open
stay out of this matter. Stay out of this matter. With ruling.
Open to 268.
It is not within his right to rule anything here. Please. What is he going to rule?
Open to 268.
I moved. You didn't see. Yes. A motion, no. A motion was moved, registering our preliminary objection. A motion was moved. We had a meeting with the clerk and him in his office. You were there. We all agreed that the nominee for the Supreme Court should be done in October. Clerk, he was there. We all agreed that let's do the nominees. So what changed? What changed? Why are you always frustrating everybody? Why are you taking the majority too far? And when we talk, we become victims. Why?
Please.
Why?
Please.
He can't rule.
Please.
We have to argue. It's a motion that we raised and stated our grounds.
Listen to others.
The preliminary objection was grounded on our motion. Don't do it.
You listen.
He did.
You listen.
You were my mate.
You listen.
You were my mate. I was called before you. I was called before you.
Chairman.
You were my steady mate. And you know my law is unsoiled. So stop what you are doing.
It's very clear. Have you seen the order?
You know my law is unsoiled. You know, Eche. You know. Don't let politics, make you behave this way. I've raised. He cannot rule. He can't rule. Rule on what? It's a motion. He should tell me where he can rule. We have to take a decision and vote.
That person, please.
It's not fair. We have a right of reply. Let us reply. He shouldn't rush. Why are we doing this to ourselves? Why are we doing this to ourselves? It's not fair. Your own position in 2024, Ayariga, you were there. You said 14 days. Why 3 days?
Honorable
Why?
Minority Leader.
And when we react, you start shouting and threatening us.
Honorable.
And you start to threaten us. What's going on in this country? What is going on in this country? Under a reset. What's going on in this country? In today's Ghana, you can't talk. You can't talk. They will threaten you, frustrate you. That's what you are doing. That is what you are doing. Maintain your own principle. Maintain your own principle. You act out of political convenience. Where is your principle? Ayariga is here. He said 14 days on the 30th of July, 2024. What has changed? Honorable Ayariga.
Let me explain what has changed.
Honorable members, I don't know whether my brother, the minority leader, has listened to himself. You never said you are moving a motion, but you said you are raising a preliminary objection. And all ears have heard you. So when you raise a preliminary objection, your preliminary objection must be ruled upon. That is different from you moving a motion for the House to take decision on the motion. So based on the fact that what I have heard and what everybody, member of the committee, have heard clearly is a preliminary objection being raised on the grounds, which grounds are therefore considered frivolous, vexatious, unmeritorious,
Chairman, if you got it wrong,
hollow.
I'm straightening it.
Hollow.
I'm sitting right here that you can't do.
So I have done my ruling, and that is a ruling, and then we'll proceed to vet my lord,
Chairman, please. Chairman, if you
judge nominee.
Chairman, if you construed that to mean, if you construe that to mean an objection, which you are going to rule, I am sitting right before you. You cannot say that the horses have bolted, there's an empty stable. Stop it. This is democracy. Don't do what you are doing. I just got up for a second. They were calling me. You deliberately discharged Zanetor. I kept quiet. I knew the traps you were setting. I knew what you were trying to do. Let's not do this ourselves. We are not helping democracy. If you construed our objection and the motion to be nothing like that, please, I'm right here. You can rule. Let us debate it. Let's vote.
So let's debate it.
Yes.
So allow me to debate it.
Sure, I'm happy that you will debate. Let's debate. He can't say he's ruling.
Yes.
You don't have the power to rule. Let's take it, and then you use your majority to vote against us. We'll be satisfied. So don't do what you're doing.
Yeah, please.
Honorable members, with all due respect, after the ruling by the chair, there will not be any debate that will be open. Honorable members, let us not make the attempt to create a scene when there is none, or there should be none. In my language, it is said that if your farm is not long, you need not go to the farm with a big water can. Decision has been taken, and we shall proceed to conduct the vetting. So, honorable members.
Chairman, please, you've made your point. I've
given you every opportunity.
Yes, but can I make a point? Yes, can I make a point? This is a two-sided house. I'm your equal opposite number. Can I also have my bite?
Well, I'm considering what you are doing to be an attempt to delay and derail the committee from doing its work. So we are proceeding to vet the nominee before us.
Chairman.
Clerk of the committee,
Chairman.
I'll call upon you.
The clerk, you know the rules.
Accordingly.
That you, the clerks, know that in all situations, the committee is not a one-sided committee. The clerks, we don't want you to get into this matter. There has to be some consensus here. Don't rush to get into this matter. And we expect the clerk to Parliament to know his job.
Hereby
clerk
directed to administer
we have a say.
oath.
The minority
go
must be
ahead
heard. What the majority is doing is wrong. Public servant, don't get into this. It is not your duty. It is not your duty. You, parliamentary service, it is not what you are doing is wrong. When we were in power, you never allowed this. Parliamentary service, don't do what you are doing. You are not a partisan institution. You are supposed to be neutral. The ranking is here. Don't do what you're doing. Don't do what you're doing. Don't do what you're doing. Parliamentary service staff, don't do what you're doing. We must be heard. It's not fair. It's not fair. It's not fair. You are taking things too far. Listen and let's cooperate. What you are doing is not fair. Cooperate and let's do the right thing. Let's do the right thing.
Honorable Afenyo, please, Chairman, I beg you. I beg you. Please. Please. Oh, please. I beg, please. Afenyo, I beg you. You see, we are all acting pursuant to the standing orders. Indeed, during the deliberations, I was the one who instructed him to ask Speaker whether or not we needed to move a motion pursuant to Order 3, I think? Yes. 3-2. For the suspension of the standing orders so that the waiver applies to all the nominees. And Speaker said clearly that he didn't think it was necessary to move a motion to suspend the relevant standing orders because the recall specifically indicates what the recall is for. And he, as Speaker, had given us clear instruction what he wanted us to do. And in any case, what we wanted to do had been captured in the business statement, which had been adopted by the House. On the basis of that, I asked him not to move the motion because Speaker had said it was unnecessary. You cannot come today and fault us on the basis of not moving the motion. You are questioning our professional capabilities. We did not move the motion because Speaker said it was unnecessary and that this recall is to consider the nominations. And because the recall is only for 5 days, we should have all the advertisements, all those requirements waived, applied to everybody. I think that even for you as a minority leader, it will not be fair that you say that in the case of myself and Honorable Zanetor, because we are your colleagues in the House, you are willing to pat us on the back by, waiving, and yet when it comes to the judges, you will not accept it. On what basis are you discriminating between us and the judges? If that's the case, I hand over back to you your approval so that we wait, and the same day that you are considering the judges, I will join them to be considered. That's what I will do, because it's not fair. We should treat each other fairly. Whether a member of a coordinated branch of government, the judiciary, or the executive, we need to treat everybody fairly. So I disagree with you. Secondly, on the authority of the chairperson of the committee, the chairperson is guided by the standing orders. And it says in Order 268, general functions of a chairperson of a committee. He sits here as chairperson of the appointments committee, not as first deputy speaker. And it says that 2683, the chairperson of a committee shall maintain order at a meeting of the committee and decide on each question of order. You have raised an issue of Order 3. Yes. No, order. No. To decide a question of order. A question of order is when somebody raises an objection on the basis of the order. Is that okay? That is what we mean when we say a question of order. But the first part of order relates to you being, rowdy, disorderly. So it says that the chairperson of a committee shall maintain order. So the maintenance of order relates to making sure that we all conduct ourselves properly before the committee, such as you cannot be speaking when the chairman has not given authorization to speak. That is disorderly conduct. Now, the second issue of Order. That is the second issue of order is procedural questions raised based on our standing orders. So if anybody says, oh, you are violating our standing order, the chairperson is the person who is supposed to rule on it. So the chairperson is right in saying that this is not a matter for debate. You raise an objection, I give you the opportunity, you argue your case, I've listened to you, and I am ruling. And so he is perfectly within his authority, understanding order 2683, to do this. So, my brother, you know, this morning I said you are a nice man, you are a man of integrity. Just 30 minutes ago, you want me to withdraw my statements? We are pleading with you. These judges, if we treat them that way, we will not be fair. Honestly speaking, we will not be fair. Because it will look like we are self-serving as a parliament. We are willing to waive the rules for ourselves and our colleagues, and then not wait for them. We are willing to waive the rules for people who have been nominated to go and serve the president. But we are not willing to waive the rules so that people who are nominated to go and work with the Chief Justice, he too gets his people on time to work with. I don't think that is fair. That's discrimination. And for me, if you insist, I'll give you back your vetting this morning. And then, you know, wait till the day that you are willing to vet them, then I'll join them to be vetted.
Honorable Minority Leader, you are pulling your microphone. I will give you just 5 minutes. It's now 1:48. Exactly 5 minutes. I will stop you.
Chairman, that's not the way to treat your ranking. That's not the way to treat your ranking. Honorable colleagues in the majority, we are only asking you to respect your own principles. Your principles in 2024 and nothing more. This argument of discrimination that you have discovered is again serving your convenience. I told the majority leader that he has a principle called jurikashi. When he's in trouble, he used takashi and somersault it into jurisprudence. So I call it jurikashi. What you just did is jurikashi. You and I know that there is no set power given to the chair to make a ruling. You know it. Now you say there are some general powers. I kept quiet, please. 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 You are not a member of this committee, so please be calm and let your seniors engage on an important matter. I have not mentioned a name. Please. Who in particular? No, but my colleagues are also there. Yes, but they shouldn't do that. Chairman, what is happening is unfair, it is improper, it lacks principle. All we want to say is that if you insist, because you are the majority, that we don't need any notice. The very things that you said when you were in opposition, they are no more relevant. And that under reset, you have set in place a new rule, who should be the new president. We are sorry. We cannot be part of it. And to the nominees, with greater deference to you, we respect you and we are not opposed to your nomination, but the process through which the majority is deciding to use is not known to the parliamentary jurisprudence that we all know. So, Chair, thank you very much.
Most grateful. Today, if you need water to wash your hand, I have a bottle of water for you. All members, we are proceeding. Clerk of the committee, kindly proceed to administer the oath.
Please continue.
No, his is on. That's all there.
I know left them.
Please,
I, Justice Edward Amoakon Asante,
Swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue shall be the truth,
the
whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me.
So help me God.
Thank you very much for administering the oath and the nominee for taking the oath. We'll go straight to vet, and before doing so, let me establish that we have a quorum to commence this business, and we also have a quorum to take decision at the end of the day. So Article 102 and 104, respectively, has been satisfied by the committee. Honorable nominee, proceed to give us a brief background of yourself.
Thank you, Chair. Called Justice Edward Amoakon Asante, born on the 1st of December, 1963, in Sefiyo, also where I come from. I'm married with 5 children. I started my education in Sefiyo, also primary school, then Odan Secondary School, Sefiyo Secondary School, Fanspim School, then Legon. I graduated in 1989 and proceeded to the law school. For my BL, I completed the law school in 1991. I started practice with National Service Legal Aid Board, and then practiced for about 11 years. In 2002, I joined the bench as a circuit court judge. I was posted to Obuasi. I worked there for 5 years and got elevated to the High Court in 2008. Where I've been in High Court, I was posted to the Fast Track High Court in Accra. After 5 years, that was in 2013, I was transferred to Sekondi in the Western region as the supervising High Court judge. And after 5 years in 2018, I got appointed to the ECOWAS Court of Justice, where I worked. This is my 8th year, and the tenure has just ended. And I was the president of the court for 6 years. So now I am back. In 2020, I was recalled and elevated to the Court of Appeal as part of the elevation process because I was due to be promoted. Basically, this is a short resume of myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We shall proceed to ask you questions. I will then give the floor to Honorable Elikplim Akurugu to start asking you questions. Please be brief in your answers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I did a background on you, and I found it very interesting because you have an extensive regional and international judicial experience. I want to ask a question quickly. Given your extensive experience, both in Ghana's judiciary and as a president of the ECOWAS Court, what safeguards should exist to ensure that a judge who is being considered for elevation or appointment remains completely independent of those involved in appointment process?
Thank you very much. Basically, we, as a judge, when you are appointed, you swear
an oath, which you go by. That is a very important thing, that you do fair, you be fair and equitable to all manner of persons who appear before you. Judges decide cases by facts before them. You apply the law to the facts and all that. Judges do not go mingling with the appointing authority just because they appointed you. Independence of mind is very important, and that is why I've gone to where I've gotten to. Independence of mind in the ECOWAS court, as you know, we deal with presidents, heads of states who we meet, but therefore, and still when matters come before us, we'll deal with them as they are based on the facts, and therefore I think I have the independence of mind to be able to withstand all kinds of influences, if any, to do my job. Thank you very much.
Any further question?
Yes, I have a follow-up. So, would you recuse yourself from a case involving a person who had played a significant role in your own elevation if circumstances created a reasonable perception of conflict?
I don't know what you mean by a person, sorry. I don't know what you mean by a person who has played a role in my elevation. I know that I'm a judge of the Court of Appeal, and I qualify to be at the Supreme Court. I'm 35 years old as a lawyer. I've worked as a judge for over 20 years, and therefore I qualify by the Constitution. The Judicial Service has given its advice, Judicial Council its advice. Council of State have been consulted, and now I am here pending your approval. And therefore, that is all I know. I do not see whoever got involved in anything. The President knows, of course, in consultation, on the advice of the Judicial Council, knows I qualify. That's why I've been appointed. And therefore, I don't know who did that. In any case, if that is it, it's so clear. Talking about biases, maybe that's what you are talking about. It is clear that when the matter involves an individual whom you think you know very well, as a judge, if your conscience doesn't serve you well, you just recuse from it. But if it's a company that person is involved, or a general matter like on Article 2.1 and all that coming to the Supreme Court, if you give me the nod to have interpretation and all that done, and the person is even a person that I know, I have to deal with it because that's the calling of the job I'm doing. Thank you very much.
That will all be, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lekple Makurugu. I will then move to Honorable Beat Zidi. And I affectionately call him Azidi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. And let me use the opportunity to congratulate you for your elevation from the Court of Appeal to the Supreme Court. Indeed, I've gone through your CV, and it is quite a rich CV. You have risen through the ranks from the High Court to the Court of Appeal, and then to now going to the Supreme Court. I have a few questions for you, probably one or two. The first one is, Article 22 of the Constitution enjoins Parliament to enact legislation to regulate spousal property rights. My Lord, what has been the evolution of spousal property rights in the jurisprudence of Ghana to date?
This question is very convoluted, but I will, however, allow my Lord to answer the question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. It actually has a checkered history. Back in the days, excuse me to say, women and children were considered as chattel of the man. And therefore, when the man and his wife and children did whatever property, upon his death, it went to the man's family and not to the wife and children. They even lived in the house subject to good behavior. As time went on around the early 60s, luckily for us, the case of Corte and Mate surfaced, and the court, in that particular case, that's what they said. But then subsequently, I think at Bebrese and Carr, the court said that if the wife especially did substantial contribution towards the property, then you'll be given a part of the property. That's how it started. Then it has been on, so the court relied on contribution substantial contribution and all that. Until recently, though Parliament was given the authority by the Constitution to make laws on spousal property, unfortunately, Parliament reneged, sadly to say. And the Supreme Court, in its activism, judicial activism, took it up in the cases of Arthur and Arthur, Mensa and Mensa, Quatson and Quatson, and subsequent ones that have come and have ruled that it should be on equitable basis. And therefore, currently, that's what we are applying. So each one can own his or her own property and can also earn joint property. That it should be contribution and all that. So it's equitable. So property acquired in the course of marriage is still based on contribution and the equitable share of the property. Thank you very much.
Further question?
Honorable Chairman, there will not be supplementary question, but I have a second substantive question.
Please go ahead.
My Lord, as I said, I went through your CV and I've seen that you have experience and expertise in humanitarian law as well as international law. My Lord, what is the difference between the two? In other words, international law and humanitarian law, is there any difference between the two? And if there is, what are the differences? Thank you, my Lord.
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you very much. There's a world of difference between them. International IHL, international humanitarian law, we call it the law of war. It's basically laws that are made affecting victims and at wartime. So it could be the victims of war, soldiers, prisoners of war, people injured in course of war, destruction of war. So there are particular laws, set of laws, refugees and migration. That's international humanitarian law. So basically, the Red Cross and Red Crescent and those institutions are in support. So that is the international humanitarian law. So laws are meaning the kind of weapons to use in particular kinds of war, what to attack and not what to attack. You cannot just go and attack hospitals just because you are fighting a battle between for governance and all that. Schools and where people, civilians are. Exactly what's happening, unfortunately happening in Iran and those places. So that is, so it involves armed conflict. It can be internal armed conflict or international armed conflict. Then international human rights law is law as it affects individuals. No, you ask about international law. It's law as it affects international institutions or states, like the NGOs and UN agencies and states themselves. So that's the law that governs them. Mostly it's by treaty law, either bilateral treaties or multilateral treaties. That is international law, basically. So that's the difference between international humanitarian law and international law. Thank you very much.
Any further question?
No further questions.
Thank you very much. Yes. It's now the turn of Honorable Haji Aladi.
Thank you, Chairman. Because I'm not a lawyer, I do not know or have those words that they readily use. But as a P1 teacher, I will say congratulations and say that I wish you all the best in your endeavors. I met you first at ECOWAS, and I have listened to you with all the lectures and what have you. So I want you to just tell me or tell this committee 3 achievements of yours at ECOWAS Parliament or when you were the chairman of the ECOWAS court. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you very much. As the president, in fact, from in the initial stages, I was made president of the court, and I've been we are 2, the longest serving presidents for 6 years, myself and the very first president, who was a Nigerian lady. When I entered the court, there was a lot of staff backlog, promotions backlog, over 50 or 60 of them. We had to make sure we did interviews and all that and because it brings stagnation and then frustration among the staff. So that staff issues were the first thing I did, and we promoted all of them to their levels. We made sure we recruited very efficient people. So now the research department of the ECOWAS Court is one of the best in West Africa, in Africa actually. So judges don't find it difficult at all in writing the judgment because we are very good people to do the judgments for us. Then during the COVID, I had to improvise and do online hearing. Make sure we bought all the super highway IT equipment and all that we needed. And therefore, I can tell you that since COVID time, nobody travels to Abuja anymore to have their matter heard. You just do your documentation, you scan and email them to the court. When the court receives them, you also look at it. If it conforms to the rules, it is scanned and emailed to the other side. And then hearing is done online. So somebody in Senegal who has sued somebody in Niger, there's a serious, very good internet facility and everything in the court. So we just sit in the court, hear the matters, and deliver judgments without people buying tickets for themselves and for their lawyers to travel as it used to be. And therefore, we have saved the citizens lots and lots of money. Then, to add on to it, the final one is the electronic case management system, which was recently launched, though not during my tenure, but I started it. It is to the effect that now it's paperless. So you just file your processes, it goes to the court, they look at it, automatic stamping or filing on it, then it is also transmitted to the other side. So it's purely paperless. The president also just clicks a button and selects the panel. So all these things were done under my and then the judgments. When we went, we saw that the work rate was very low. And for the first time, we did 48 judgments in a year. That's about 2020. Then the following year, we did 68 judgments, which is record in the court, has never been done. So these are some of the achievements that I did there. Thank you.
Any further question?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes. Although the response to my next question might emanate from the one that you just responded, I would wish that you state it clearly for us all to know that at least there is a way forward, bringing you to the highest level in this country. And so I would want to find out from you if you would consider suggesting and following up so that AI can be infused into our court system in Ghana.
Honorable nominee. Thank you very much. AI is the way to go now. Now the world has gone AI. There's nothing anybody can do. We have had a little bit of training in the ECOWAS court, the judges and even the staff. And wherever we went, it is there. So basically, if the Chief Justice seeks my inclusion for it to be done, why not? Because at least I have some knowledge in it. It's a matter of trying to get people to do our own special setup for us. Even you, Parliament, you can do it. You have your own setup. The algorithm is built for you. So it's a tailor-made thing for you. And once it is done for us, the judicial service, it will have to be included. The lawyers will also have to be using it. So it's a big whole system that can be done easily. And once it is done, it's going to bring efficiency into our system. So cases will be dealt with fast. Research and all that can be done on it. So hallucinations will be dealt with in the system. Once it is tailor-made, it is tailor-made for us. They know how to build the algorithm and all that to capture our system. So I don't think it's too much of a problem, except that it's all finances, as we say. So finance, once you are the ones who approve the budget for the judiciary, if you consider approving higher amounts for them, it can be done easily. Thank you very much.
You have any more questions?
No, please, Chairman. I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much. I will then give the floor to Honorable Mahama Ayariga.
My Lord, congratulations. And two quick ones, my Lord. Given the complex and enormous cases that we have now in our justice system. I'm sure the Chief Justice sitting behind you, he knows that you have to do even afternoon sittings of courts. Would you rather we separate judicial work from administrative work so that Chief Justice concentrates on the judicial stuff and then the administration is rather manned by somebody else? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. For me, that shouldn't be the case because the Chief Justice is the head of the judiciary, as the president head of the state, and then the executive, as the speaker is the head. So his duties cannot be divided. For me, for instance, maybe it gets to the area of empaneling of judges and all that. That is his duty, administrative work, and therefore he should be able to do it. People talk about giving it to machine and all that, which I do not subscribe to. Especially, for instance, as I'm talking about humanitarian law, human rights law, international law and all that, if there's a matter and the computer selects and doesn't include me, he will be, I mean, the decision may not be too rich. I'm not saying I'm too much there, but then at least that is an area I've gotten enough of experience. The other people have experience in other areas. They should be empaneled to do the work and enrich the jurisprudence of the court. So I don't think they should be decoupled. He should have both duties as the head of the judiciary. Thank you.
A further question?
Yes, a further question. My Lord, the famous case of Tufo versus AG in the political cycles of Ghana, we've played it around like a football, where it pleases us, we play it positively. Can you explain how important this is or what role it has added to our jurisprudence?
Thank you very much. For an Attorney General, it's a very important case so far as particularly the constitutional jurisprudence of Ghana is concerned. You know, prior to that, there were issues with supremacy, but it clearly affirmed what we now have, constitutional supremacy. It said that whatever the Constitution said is what is final and not parliamentary supremacy. Though there were powers given to the parliament, but it said that whatever the Constitution has said, that the Chief Justice prior to the coming into Constitution of the 1969 Constitution was CJ, should be the CJ, and that was upheld by them. It also enforced the rule of law clearly. It also enforced the fact that citizens could come to the court not as person injured, but to vindicate rights that generally affect the entire nation. Because those Tufo who went to court was not the one affected at all. But they gave him the right, he had the standing to sue, they admitted it and did all that. So rule of law was enhanced, supremacy of the Constitution was enhanced, and all those things. So that is basically how it enforced the constitutional jurisprudence of Ghana. Thank you.
Any more questions?
The final one. My Lord, just a final one. Two very important chapters in our Constitution, that's 5 and 6, fundamental human rights and freedoms and directive principles of state policy. How related are these, and is there any distinction that you can clarify regarding these? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. We know that Chapter 5 on basic human rights, it emanates from the UN and all other human rights treaties that Ghana has acceded to. Then we brought in the directive principles of state policy, which are basically economic, social rights. So the difference is that for us, Chapter 5 is on human rights that affect individuals, their rights, basically inviolability, right to dignity, right to life, the right to be informed when you are arrested and all that. Those are rights that affect the individual personally. But then social rights, as in the Chapter 6, are general societal rights. And those rights the SIBA case has said that they are not enforceable until maybe some of them are also found in other parts of the Constitution. So that's basically the difference. Whereas these ones are enforceable, Chapter 5 are enforceable, Chapter 6 are not enforceable, except that if parts are found elsewhere. And it is clearly understandable because these ones involve finances. The Chapter 6, serious financing. If everybody should insist that government should build a school or hospital or whatever in their hometown, it's going to be a problem. That is the idea why those ones have been declared not to be enforceable. Thank you very much.
Yes.
My Lord, I wish you all the best in your next endeavor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shaibu. Yes, Honorable James Akalga, you have a question for my Lord?
Chair, I have no questions for my Lord. I wish him well. Congratulations, my Lord.
Yes, Honorable Roxanne Nelson Kwame Eche Dapamopo.
Chairman, thank you very much. My Lord, you are welcome and congratulations. I practiced before you and I know how formidable you are. So I have no doubt that you continue to distinguish yourself when you get to the upper bench. My Lord, my question is very simple. Let me situate it within the remit provided for in Article 21(1)(e), freedom of association. What is your position regarding professionals of any shade and hue, including lawyers, forming associations? Associations, that's all. Freedom of association.
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you very much. Yes, the Constitution guarantees various types of.
There is a suit before the Supreme Court.
Thank you very much. I've been alerted that there's a matter before the Supreme Court regarding that, and therefore, unfortunately, I've been out of the jurisdiction for all this while, so I'm not aware. So I'm sorry if I make a pronouncement on it, and the CJ, if you approve me, and the CJ empanels me, I will be found wanting to have. So please, forgive me.
Chairman,
Let it slide.
No, hold on. It's about freedom of association as enshrined in the Constitution. I am not saying that say any other thing. I'm just asking you, what is your position of freedom of association? That's all.
Yes, Honorable Roxanne Nelson Kwame Eche Dapamopo. There was an earlier decision regarding this in the case of Ward Brew versus Ghana Bar Association.
Yes.
But the indication is that there is a fresh matter before the Supreme Court, and my Lord does not want to comment on the matter sub judice. So therefore, I will humbly overrule the question and will not ask my Lord to answer. So you may ask another question.
Thank you very much. Now, my Lord, let me ask you this. Is any portion of the Constitution justiciable, especially in terms of Article Chapter 5, rights in the Constitution? Justiciable, any portion of that?
Thank you very much. Yes, Chapter 5, you are talking about the human rights. Yes, right to bail and all that. I have always had the notion why suspects have not sued the police for keeping them for times on end after the 48 hours. These are things that people should be doing for us to know that the courts are able to confirm what is in the Constitution for those things to happen. So all those rights, for me, are justiciable. Yes, thank you.
So as a follow-up, will you be inclined to agree that it is time the statutory Parliament takes steps to enact a law on bail to define the parameters of bail, like a bail act? Especially because bill appears to be, the right to bail appears to be justiciable, but it continues to create some controversy when the courts exercise that discretion time and time again. So do you agree with some who are calling on Parliament to come up with a bail act to guide the court regarding the circumstances to grant bail set out in an enactment? A couple of other jurisdictions have done that.
Yes, my lord.
I do not think that is necessary in our circumstances. Act 30 is a clear act. It is there. Then, to reinforce, there's Martin Pebu, an Attorney General. That said, all the matters are available. And therefore, it is there. It is people who, or lawyers who have not sued those who have detained their people beyond the time on behalf of their clients. That's exactly what I espoused earlier. So if you take action and the court declares and finds, takes, award against those who have done so, then it will be fine, so that everybody knows that you cannot just get people, keep them, and all that. So that's what I can say to that.
Chairman, that'll be all. Malone, once again, congratulations.
It's now the turn of Honorable Kweku Ricket Hagan, alias Kokube.
Thank you very much, my lord, and congratulations. I want to take you said some interesting things when you were talking about technology, especially with AI. I just want to find out from you, your view, since you have done some work in that area. There is one school of thought that believes generally that in the legal world or the legal practice, AI is to help with routine work, legal work that is quite routine, such as research, contract review, and what have you. But there is also another school of thought
My Lord, it's now my turn to ask you questions. But I have appeared before you severally in my private practice as a lawyer. I know your integrity. I can vouch for your competence, the professionalism, and I intend not to ask you any question. I will then use the opportunity to crave the indulgence of my colleagues to announce and acknowledge the presence of your distinguished invitees who are here to support you. We have Bismarck Bedu, is a business executive. We also have Mr. Charles Adokwe, is also a business executive. We have Mrs. Gifty Asante, the spouse of the nominee. We have Mr. Brian Kojo Asante, son. We have Miss Akosua Asantiwa Ankama, daughter. We also have Dr. Kwasi Safo Boachi, is a pharmacist. And we have Brigadier General Richard Akoto, is a military officer. We have Dr. Samuel Oredu Yebua, is a medical officer. We have Mr. Henry Asante Donko, brother. We have Mr. William Esua, brother. We have lawyer Kwesi Blay, brother. We have Mr. Richard Dankwa Boatin, brother. We have Odenehu Nana Kweku Chiramantin, a lawyer, and I have also seen the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, Justice Bafo Boni, behind you. All others that have not been able to mention who are seated behind the nominee, I understand Honorable Justice Dennis Ajay, my brother Justice Yoni Kulendi is also there. All other justices Justice Kumson, all other justices are duly acknowledged. The former bar president, everybody, you are welcome. Honorable nominee, you hear from the committee, and accordingly, you are discharged.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and members of the committee. Thank you.
You will surely hear from us. Two. But we are doing the fiscal council members. We are doing the fiscal council members because it has welcomed World Bank IMF imperative. Honourable members, we are just taking 30 minutes break, and then we'll be here exactly at 3 o'clock to continue with the process.
That was the vetting of Justice Edward Amwakwa Asante. The vetting committee will be back after 30 minutes to continue the other nominees for the Supreme Court. You're still watching Channel 1 TV. We'll continue with normal programming till after 30 minutes when we head back to the vetting.
Your Village Food Festival is finally here, and we are live at the Ifwa Sutherland Children's Park for the very first time. And